Hello there.
Good morning already. I haven't even said hello yet.
Hello there.
Oh shit, you guys are all just lining up already? Here's a Kevin. Good morning, Kevin.
No drink, you drink.
Well, okay. I will allow you to redeem that at the moment. Just give me a second here now. Give him my eyeball so you can see me. Sorry, I'm looking for something. I'm seem to have lost it. God damn it. Everyone needs coffee. Yes, that's true. That is true. This is a little loud today, and then golly, it is like on or interesting. I tried to use the mixer to tune it down some, but oh, in a second, here we go. There we go. Maybe that's a little bit better. There we go. You guys can still hear that, yeah? Okay. Still fiddling with the settings on this PC since I got it all figured out. Hey, good morning. How are you? How is everything going with you today? I'm gonna change my hat and put on my jacket here in a second, but you guys mostly get baseball me today. God, I don't like this. I changed some things in the awesome, and I moved my stream labs window to another place, and I have just realized that I absolutely hate it, so I'm gonna move it back. Just give me a second. It is literally the terrible. Come on, you belong here. Oh, now my PC is gonna be. There we go. Okay, then we're gonna put this back here like this. Okay, we're good. All is right with the world now. I'm where I need to be. This is not good. I moved all of my stream window monitoring stuff to the right window this morning, thinking that that somehow that was going to be the best choice. Because normally I monitor the YouTube and the Twitch over here on this screen, while I'm playing to see what I have going on. And in this particular case, I was like, no, it would be a really great idea today to try to run that the other way, so that I have all my monitoring stuff over here, and then all I have to focus on is Discord and you guys, like the YouTube and the Twitch on this screen. It was a bad choice. Not good. I've already changed it back. I did not like it. Again, I want to chastise whoever made the adjustments to Discord this week, because the Discord UI changed in some wonderfully terrible way that I hate. So everything changed this week, and I hate it. Good morning. Let's see. Everyone needs coffee. Yep, true. I'm opting for Red Bull at the moment. Red Bull. Yeah, be careful with that. I know my earbuds are all weird at the moment. One barely has any sound. I like the monochrome jersey hat combo today. Thank you. Yeah, it's opening day, Mariners. So they play at 7 tonight, and I'm all in. I already changed over my closet. I put all of my football things away. Oops. I put all of my football things away, and then beyond that, gotta get this new headset. Anyway, I put all my football things away and I got out my baseball stuff. So I got this Ken Griffey Jr. It's black. It's got the Mariners patch. It's got the Ken Griffey Jr. Retirement patch on it. It's a Mitchell and Ness Cooperstown throwback hats or Cooperstown jersey. And then I actually bought this black satin hat with the silver bill. I bought it for my son, and he didn't dig on it. So I was like, fine, I'll wear it, and it matches this jersey great. So that's what I chose to wear for opening day for the Mariners today. I'm all in. I'm hoping that we play awesome and have a good season. The Mariners are due, I think. So thank you. Opening day, 162 games. I hope we win them all. It's not gonna happen. If we win 90 games, I'll be. Here we go. This is where I'm at. On it. Prediction time. Somebody can record this track. Somebody can record this or clip it or whatever for later. My prediction is that come September, the Mariners will be 2 games out of the wild card, and they will struggle to make the playoffs. I'm going to say that we're going to win. I think we won 79 games last year. So I'm going to say, let me look at that. Give me 1 second. Hey, Siri, what was the Mariners' record last year?
The Mariners were 85-77 in the 2024 season. That's second place in the AL West.
Okay, so we finished second in the AL West, 85-79 or 77. So I'm gonna say we win 90 games this year. And we're 2 games out because of everybody else. That's what I'm gonna say. That's my goal. I hope we make the playoffs. It'd be really nice to go. We're going to several games this year, so try to catch one with us. We plan them all the time. But that's my prediction. Mariners are gonna struggle to make the playoffs. They may or may not make it. 90 games is the target wins, and I hope Dan Wilson gets them. Dan Wilson is the coach. He was a catcher when I was a kid. Mariners should have a halo day. They should have a halo day. They should have a halo day. You should contact them about that, Kevin, and tell them. Holy shit, Tiny Wicked 10, thank you for sharing the awesome. Thank you for following. I appreciate you. Welcome to the awesome. I got a few of these that I have to get out. Filthy Mudblood, thank you for following at the end of the day yesterday, and Lokestradamus00 following yesterday at the end of the stream as well. Take the Chief to a game. Wow. First, it's hard to sit down. Like, I can sit, but it's hard to... Could you imagine sitting in a bleacher seat or even one of the normal seats in the Chief armor? There's no way in hell. It'd be too big. It would be pretty hilarious, though. Get Chief to throw the first pitch. Oof. Okay, I have a video of me throwing a baseball in the Chief armor. It is very, very... mechanical at best. It's not great. I assure you that it is not great. But, anyway, it would be cool. I always thought it'd be cool to repaint one of my armor sets as I start to build better armors and do things like the Sea Chief, like a Seattle Seahawks Chief, where his helmet's got the Seattle emblem on it, maybe. Or maybe it's on the chest there. And I thought that would be pretty cool. One of our friend's brothers works for the military stuff with the Seahawks. I wonder if we could work the Chief into something there. Yeah, see, and that's what I'm talking about. Like the Sea Chief. You could either be the Chief. I don't know why 343 doesn't do stuff like that with like the Sounders either, because aren't they like a direct sponsor? Like you would expect that they'd have the Master Chief out there, like as part of their brand. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Anyway, baseball season starting, hockey season ending. You'll see these hats rotate throughout. I don't know how, it just needs to get across the plate. It's 60 feet. You have to throw the ball 60 foot 6 inches and get across the plate. As the Master Chief, it might be difficult. I mean, the Sounders have Xbox, Microsoft. That's what I'm saying, right? Xbox, Microsoft, but 343 is owned by Microsoft. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, they could totally, should totally. I don't know. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to change my hat, because we always do. I'm going to put on my reading jacket over the top of my jersey. I can't promise you how long I'll be in it, because the jersey is a jersey, so it's warm as well, and I'm wearing, a cream-colored undershirt. So, anyway, we'll get in the reading space. Only did one Halo event with the Sounders. Yeah, and let's see, they should do more stuff. It's probably because a fair amount of sports fans either don't play Halo, or a fair amount of Halo fans don't touch enough grass to play sports. And I am sad to say both of those statements, because I am both a sports fan and a Halo player. And I think there's a place for all of us in both. I mean, God, they did a Halo for NASCAR a couple of times. I don't know. Give me 1 second. Enjoy the view for a moment. I'll have more Flashpoint minis inbound soon. I'm over here getting my candle burning. You can't see it, because I forgot to turn the camera on follow mode. But I got a really nice Pacific Northwest smelling candle over here that I burned during the reading day. I'll have to bring it over and show you someday. Not gonna do it now. God damn it. Got it. It's lit. Yay! We did a thing. You guys can't even see it. And jagged hat time. Whew. Jagged. There we go. Always representing the, always wearing the Chief for the reading days. Oh, that actually doesn't look too bad with black under it. Interesting. There we go. There was a little Halo 5 MM. Can't smell it either. Yeah, that's too bad. Yeah, sorry you can't enjoy my pine tree smelling with cinnamon candles. I also do incense sometimes because I like the incense too. But, you know.
Hello there.
Hey, we're just getting ready. We're already late, so you know, because we talked a lot and it took me a second to get my my shit on. It's 20 minutes after 10 already. Fuck, we are late. Holy cow. Anyway, welcome to the Awesome. I'm Spartan John. We're going to read Glasslands from now until we decide to finish. And it's usually about 2 hours. And then we're going to play Halo today, like we always do. We got a few little business things. 1,167 follows. Thank you again to Tiny Wicked 10 for the follow. You are the 1167th. 133 on YouTube. Thank you so much, every single person, for being part of the Awesome. 79 subs today, which is 1 sub short of our maximum that we've ever had. Like, a year ago, on Christmas, I think we had 80 subs. It was the most we'd ever had. We're at 79 today. Thank you, everybody, for being part of that. Can't even. It's undescribable how great it is. This place is awesome because of you. Hey, Killer, what's going on? We're just getting ready to read for a little bit. Place is awesome because of you guys, and thank every single one of you for being part of it. OST is provided by Ambient Wonders. It's Installation 00 on YouTube. It's an alternate channel of his. Go check it out. He's now at 1,810 subs on Ambient Wonders. When I started reading my Halo book journey, he was at 682 subs. I'm not saying it's all my fault, but this is what I listen to, so it could be a lot of me. Go listen to it. It's good for study and sleep and relax, and if you're stressed out, you put it on. It's Halo music. It's good. Free Amazon Prime subs. That's right. Drop those Amazon Prime subs if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, it comes with a Twitch sub, and you can use it. You just have to link the account. It's really easy. And it's free, and it pays dividends to people like me. So, thank you. Oh, shit. Is there anything else I'm missing? Don't forget to check out my friends. This is me. And this is my YouTube if you're watching on Twitch and you don't know how to find me on YouTube. We're on page 364 of 450, 55, 57. We got about 100 pages left of the book. It's Glasslands again. We're going to start chapter 15. Here's the bookmark. Everybody who knows, we have the Enterprise bookmark. It signifies that it's the time that we start the stream. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Put a stream marker up for somebody for editing purposes later. But we flashed this bookmark in the hopes that someday Spartan John or his wife or Installation Uwu or any of my friends who know about video editing will come back in and help me supercut these into manageable chunks of just book. So that you can listen to it and consume it in that way. Anyway, here it goes. Halo Glasslands. Chapter 15. I don't delude myself that there are moral ambiguities in my job. The things we did weren't ambiguous, not at all. I know I've done them and how bad they were, and if there's a hell, I'll probably burn in it before too long. But that's the kind of thing you can face when you're 92. I'm prepared to do the very worst, and because I am, more people survive than get killed. But I'll take what's coming to me, and I'll make no excuses. Admiral Margaret O. Paragoski, Sinconi, drafting her evidence to the UEG Select Defense Committee. Forerunner Dyson Sphere, Onyx, local date, November 2552. Halsey stood at the comms panel, waiting for Paragoski to rip into her about how and why she'd gone to Onyx. It was only 1 minute since she'd heard the Admiral's voice for the first time, but nearly 20 minutes had elapsed at the other end of the conversation. She tried to take account of that, wondering what the woman was doing in the meantime. She doubted that Paragoski was hanging out bunting to celebrate her safe return. Halsey had crossed her once too often, but she was irreplaceable, and so she knew she'd get away with it every time. It was the only thing that had saved her from being posted to a planet directly in the path of the Covenant onslaught, or disappearing without a trace like others who had transgressed. I've really pushed my luck this time, but I'm not coming back empty-handed, am I? She needs me to incorporate the new technologies into the fleet. Fred, we might have some time, Halsey said. She didn't like the idea of having a fight with Parangoski in front of the Spartans. It was bad enough having to knock down drag out with Mendez with an audience. And was it even possible for anyone to have a row when one side had to wait 20 minutes to get their riposte in? Do you want to take the others and? It's okay, ma'am, Fred said firmly. I think it's better that we're on hand if you need us. He might have had her welfare at heart, of course. Perhaps he thought she was going to start it again with Mendez. She shoved her hands in her pockets and found something fascinating on the console to stare at. Aware of eyes boring into her. Admiral, you've probably worked out we're in a slip space bubble. So we have a time differential, perhaps a factor of 18 or 20. What's happening outside? Parangoski's whole tone had changed, but then she'd been waiting a long time for Halsey's reply. The flood's been eradicated, and the replacement halo was neutralized. Halsey twitched. What did Parangoski mean, replacement? But the time differential meant she couldn't interrupt her. The most important thing is that we effectively have a ceasefire with what's left of the Covenant. Mendez let out a breath, but nobody else reacted to the news. Perhaps they didn't believe it. Halsey waited for the click to indicate the transmission was finished and that it was her turn to send. She had to concentrate on getting the vital information over first, in case she lost contact. We have good news here too. Technology. This is a Forerunner bunker. It's going to take months or even years to access this place thoroughly. But once one's breakthroughs immediately available to us. We now have access to technology that can make slip space insertion and deinsertion absolutely accurate. And we have a Hergot crew left here by the Forerunners. We need to get a technical assessment team in here right away. There was only a 2-second delay at Halsey's end, but Parangoski sounded slightly different yet again. That confirms a theory, at least. We have ships standing by. How do we get access? Ah, so you did know there was something special down here. The Hergot needs to be convinced that it's safe to bring the sphere back into real space. Click 1, 2. We have a Hergot that communicates with them. That's a stroke of luck. Halsey didn't trust Parangoski as far as she could spit against a gale. She knew the feeling was mutual. I'd recommend your ship stand off by 2.5 AUs before the mechanism is activated. And I don't know how we factor Zeta Doradus into this. Onyx's old son is in an awkward place, so to speak. Exactly who do you have with you at the moment? Parangoski asked. Are you certain the sphere is uninhabited? It looks that way, but bear in mind that the land area is the inner surface of the sphere, which gives us perhaps 500 million times the surface of Earth to recon. You'll forgive us if we haven't quite covered all of that yet. But I only have Chief Mendez, Spartan Frederick, Kelly, and Linda, and 5 of Spartan 3s here, plus 8 casualties in cryo. We lost a lot of people. I've had a post-action report on Onyx. You obviously realize the planet disassembled itself. Parangoski paused for a moment, and Halsey almost interrupted. But there was no end click, and I'm glad that you're now fully aware of the 3's existence. This probably isn't the time to raise it, but if I'd been told about the program, I could have assisted. I believe Colonel Atkinson had it fully under control. Again, Parangoski's voice had changed pitch. And there were many projects that you weren't aware of, Catherine. Just as many weren't aware of yours. She never calls me Catherine. Halsey waited for the click, anxious not to interrupt if the Admiral hadn't finished. Which brings me to the bad news, Parangoski said. The Master Chief and Cortana stopped the Halo array from firing, but I'm afraid they're MIA. It's been 5 months, Catherine. I think we have to assume the worst. Halsey's stomach plummeted. Her first reaction was to look at Fred, Kelly, and Linda. He's gone. He made it through the whole war, and then he's gone. Right at the end? It's not fair. Fred just shook his head. Linda and Kelly stood frozen. John 117, the Master Chief, the focus of all of Halsey's hopes and ambitions in the Spartan program. When she'd first met him as a small, scruffy child, he was so outstanding, and his genome so unusual, even among the exceptional children she'd selected, that she knew he'd be their leader, and that he would eventually turn the course of the war. And she had been right. She knew she would be. But John had always seemed indestructible. She couldn't believe that his luck had run out. At least Cortana was with him. At least he wasn't alone. She wondered if she should have felt worse about Cortana, but all she could do was worry that the AI might have fallen into the Covenant hands. Are you sure? She asked at last. The pause must have seemed an eternity to Parangoski. Absolutely sure? There's something else I have to tell you, too, Catherine. Your daughter was killed in action. I'm sorry. I realize this is going to hit all of you very hard. It took a few moments to sink in. Parangoski knew about Miranda, just as Mendez knew, and Halsey had always thought that revelation would bring her to her knees. But it was nothing, absolutely nothing, compared with the way that the word killed triggered a terrible pressure at the roof of her mouth and squeezed tears from her eyes. She felt the sensation before the words had meaning in her mind. When did I last see her? When did I last speak to her? Halsey couldn't remember, and she couldn't even recall their last words or what they had been. Only that there had been no affection in any of them. She was standing in the middle of a technical miracle, and all she could think about was her daughter that she hardly knew, and how now she never would. Everyone she gave a damn about had been taken from her. Fred, Kelly, and Linda were all she had left. A normal family would have hugged and cried at a time like this, but the 4 of them weren't normal, and they weren't family. Mendez leaned closer to the console. Admiral, this is Chief Mendez. What else do you need to know before we bring this sphere out of slip space? Remember that what we've got, 8 personnel in slip space stasis 2, either clinically dead or close to it. They'll need immediate medical attention if the cryotubes end up back in real space as well. We just don't know how that works yet. Mendez looked distorted through her glaze of tears, but Halsey was damned if she'd break down in front of him. Understood, Chief, Parangoski said. We need coordinates on the surface of the sphere to effect an entry. We have our Huragog standing by to assist with comms if need be. We'll establish an entry point and get back to you, ma'am. Mendez out. Halsey struggled to snap out of it. She'd never needed anything more than her work, and had always been able to take refuge in it. But this punch was too big. She wondered if she'd ever get up again. Doctor, Mendez said, quiet and awkwardly. I'm sorry about your daughter. Come on, we need you to prepare the engineer for what comes next. He hates my guts, yes, but he knows what keeps me going. Halsey swallowed. Her throat was thick and salty with the unshed tears. Yes, let's do that, Chief. And she's gone. Miranda's gone. And John. And even Jacob, too. She looked at her hands, palms up, and didn't recognize them for a single moment. She didn't recognize herself. The whole world had shifted slightly and become an alien place now. And it wasn't anything to do with the slip space. Because she couldn't afford to fall apart now, she did what she'd done so many times before. and she'd done it very well. She shook off her feelings, and she persuaded herself was her normal humanity, and sealed them far away from her rational mind. It was a prudent thing to do, but it was also the only way that she could manage to draw her next breath. When she turned around, the rest of the Spartans had gone, but Fred was still there, arms at his side, as if suddenly he didn't know what to do with them. "Are you okay, ma'am?" Halsey nodded back. Her Spartans genuinely cared about her. She wanted to think that this was because she had some redeeming features, but perhaps it was all part of the relentless indoctrination that made her the center of their world by default. Either way, she was going to finish what she'd set out to do, protect them all, whether they were hers or Ackerson's, or repair what was left of their lives regardless of what fate awaited her. "Are you okay?" she asked. Fred sounded as if it was an effort to talk. "I just never thought it would be him. I thought he'd always be there." Olivia appeared again from the side entrance. "The engineers want to talk to you, Doctor." Prone drifted past Olivia and floated in front of Dr. Halsey. He started gesturing, but there was no voice translation. She realized she switched off the datapad. She fumbled with it, not really seeing it, and the voice came to life. "You require us to help those who arrive," Prone said. "We can do this." Halsey grabbed the diversion of dealing with something urgent. Yes, we do. We also need your help to transfer this technology to our fleet. We want you to come back to Earth with us." "Impossible." Prone to drift had a stubborn streak that Halsey hadn't expected to find in a Hergok. "We were created to remain with the shield world and maintain it." Halsey didn't have any energy left in the argument. "But we have to remove some of the Forerunner technology," she said carefully. "Some of you are going to want to come with it to make sure it's safe, aren't you?" Prone backed away and conferred with the other Hergok in a flurry of tentacles. He edged back to her as if he had a deal. "We will create new ones among us for that duty," he said. "You're going to build some more engineers, do you mean?" "That is what we do. Our colleagues will be here soon. Are you convinced now that there's no threat outside?" "We are." "Good. Then all we need to know is when this world can be safely moved back into normal space, and where my colleagues can land to get in here." "We will inform you," Prone said, and drifted away like a union convener who had to sell the deal to his members again. Mendez was still standing on the communications console, leaning on one arm, staring down at his boots. He'd run out of venom. He looked up for a moment, but he wasn't looking at Halsey. "Onyx to Oni Control, this is Chief Mendez," he said. "Admiral, seeing as Onyx no longer exists, can we name this sphere instead of just leaving it a number?" Parangoski must have heard all of the chatter in the background while she waited. "What did you have in mind, Chief?" "If you're willing, ma'am, I think we should call it Ambrose. If Lieutenant Commander Ambrose hadn't sacrificed himself, we'd all be dead now, and we'd know nothing about this sphere." "No," Halsey interrupted. "There was one thing she could still do for Kurt, and it was long overdue. Call it Trevelyan. That was his surname before I took him from his family. The least we can do for a hero is give him the dignity of his real name." There was a brief silence. "I'll see that it's done," Parangoski said, "and one day I'll make sure that name is declassified." It was more than a single grain of sand from a mountain of sins that Halsey had to atone for. It didn't change a thing for Kurt, but she had to start somewhere. UNSC Port Stanley, Onyx Sector, February 2553. Well, that's something you don't see every day. It really wasn't. Mal pressed right up on the view screen, but all he could see was another Oni corvette much like Port Stanley, the UNSC Glamorgan. That had been patiently searching the sector for months. trying to find the near invisible source of the weird EM readings. Standing off by a few kilometers were 2 fleet auxiliaries. Belle-Isle and Dundon, I believe, are the 2 names. It was hard to believe there was a star out there somewhere with an artificial world wrapped around it, like a kid's surprise toy rattling around in a giant Easter egg. How far back do we have to stand? Vaz asked. It's not like they know how that thing works. Yeah, and they better mind that sun. Zeta Doradus was still there, minding its own business and probably wondering what happened to the nice planet it used to have spinning around it. Don't want to expand right into that, do they? Mal had visions of the planet, or whatever he was supposed to call it now, suddenly inflating and spreading everywhere, like those ill-advised times when he'd activated a flotation jacket in a confined space for a laugh. Everyone did it in boot camp when they were training to ditch over water, but this was going to be a prank on a much bigger scale. That's why we've got the smartest woman in the universe and all of the engineers working on this, Vaz said. They'll get the decimal point in the right place. Is it really only 15 centimeters across? I just can't get my head around dimensional physics. Naomi wandered up behind them. Mal could see her reflection in the pressure-proof glass. Helmet tucked under one arm. Most of the scientists can't see it in their mind's eye either, she said. But they can do the numbers. I always found that very disappointing. Dr. Halsey always said she could visualize it conceptually, though. BB popped up beside them. So can I. But then, I'm just all pure brilliant, though. And modest with it. Are we going to feel a bump or what? Mal kept his eyes on the imagined point of space where the sphere was going to expand into a solar system. And we go in via the basement, right? He looked at Vaz and Devereaux to see if there was that same sense of wonder. Vaz just kept checking his watch, as if there was somewhere else he needed to be. That's it, Naomi said, seeming equally disinterested in the universe miracles, inside out. Are you okay about all this? Why should I be? Why shouldn't I be? Seeing Halsey again? Knowing what we know? Mal meant what happened to Naomi's family. Not that they were going to cuff Halsey and haul her off, but that was going to be an awkward moment as well. Osmond won't make you do this if you don't want to. I'm a Spartan. Naomi rammed her helmet into place with a little bit of force. I'll do my duties. You better leave it to me and Vaz. You think I can't face arresting her? No, I'm sure you can, but if your mates need someone to hate for doing it, it's probably easier if it's us. Naomi shrugged. Let's see how things go. That pretty well finished the conversation. Mal was worried that she now saw it as a test of her professionalism rather than an option to take the easiest path. Mal wanted to do it for her, and also for Osmond. She'd been abducted too, and that kind of thing was bound to have messed her up at some level. They were both big, strapping girls, well able to take care of themselves, but all Mal could see right now was little kids screaming at their mothers, for their mothers. He went back to staring at nothing until his vision started to swim with wobbling points of light that weren't there, and the kids faded away. Osmond arrived on the deck a few minutes later and walked up to the view screen. She stared out, arms folded and jaw set. Suddenly, he couldn't imagine her even being a helpless kid at all. Doesn't look much like a momentous moment in the history of space exploration, does it? She said. BB, any word from the sphere? Have we got docking instructions yet? Patience, Captain. Our clock's running up to 20 times faster than theirs, BB said. They're communicating with Adge at the moment, or at least the Huragok are. Oh, apparently we don't have to worry about docking, provided we land at the right coordinates. The surface of the sphere is designed to restructure itself around the ship and create a secure air lock. Devereaux gave BB a thumbs up. Now that sounds pretty damn useful. I hope we're going to make good use of all of this tech. We are, Osmond said. Parangoski promised a briefing on what we might do with it. Adge is going to be busy boy. Ma'am, if they've got engineers down there, can we find him a friend to play with? I think we'll have to, if only to make sure there's someone to maintain him. Mal looked at Vaz and then at Devereaux, and both of them were still watching with arms folded, as if they wanted to get it over with. Oh, come on, Mal said. This is going to be something to tell your kids about. It was a kind of harmless thing that people said, but as soon as he did, he realized it was peculiarly painful for a crew who didn't have a single regular human being on the books. The nearest they had to a normal family man on board was the bloody hingehead. Well, sod it. Mal was determined to savor the moment anyway. The other ships shrunk rapidly from blobs of light to pinpricks and then vanished as Port Stanley withdrew at top speed. Are we going to get a countdown of this? Vaz asked. I don't think that Hurgoks do countdowns. Here we go, BB said. Stand by. Mal was still trying not to blink and miss it when the stars suddenly vanished, and he felt a weird tugging at his boots as if the deck beneath him was sprung. The trampoline sensation stopped as quickly as it started, but the stars didn't reappear. Oh my, that was spectacular, BB said. No, seriously, it was. You should have seen what it looked like in the microwave spectrum. And the magnetic field, extraordinary. But it's not really a Dyson sphere, not as Dyson hypothesized, because the solid shell wouldn't. Go on, rub it in. Mal felt cheated. So why can't we see it, or any stars? And then it dawned on him. He was looking at the sphere. It was pretty well all he could see. His view of space was completely obscured by a vast matte black sphere, and he could only tell what he was looking at because there was a dim arc, like a crescent moon, the curve of the sphere picked out by the distant light of Onyx's sun. The sphere was as big as Earth's orbit. The expansion was both a massive anticlimax and the most amazing thing he'd never seen. You know, I don't think the Forerunners had any sense of theater, Devereaux said. They could at least have painted it with an interesting color, or stuck navigation lights on it or something. Osmond put on her helmet, a standard infantry model with a 10-minute rating in hard vacuum. She obviously didn't think the Forerunner technology was infallible. Okay, people, let's get in there. You navigating, BB? As they piled into the dropship, Mal's adrenaline was pumping, as hard as if he was about to do a drop behind enemy lines, not strolling in to arrest a 60-year-old woman. He tested the vacuum integrity of his body suit, checking the display in his HUD, more often than it needed to be. Just one little old lady. Okay, she hijacks ships and experiments on kids, but come on, how hard can it be to drop her? On the other hand, she kidnapped a Spartan. Vaz sat opposite of him, completely motionless apart from the fact that he was drumming the heel of his right foot on the deck. Nothing obvious, not even enough to really move his knee. ODSTs were trained for police actions, but that was all just theory. Mal had only ever subdued Covenant aliens, and the general idea wasn't to take them alive or unharmed. I wonder what Venezia is getting up to now. Devereaux's voice came over the broadcast system. It was only a short flight to the sphere's surface, just enough time to encourage idle chat. It's all gone quiet, hasn't it? Well, I've not forgotten about them. Osmond said it in that same deceptively calm, neutral way that Parangoski did. They're still on my list. Mal interpreted on my list as glassing with extreme prejudice before she really got down to expressing how seriously pissed off she was. There was nothing both comforting or inspirational about working for a ruthless bastard. He was certain that she was. Letting the Muir guy live when it would have been easier to shoot him hadn't fooled Mal one bit. So, what do I say to Halsey? You're nicked? He did a few mental rehearsals. This would be like detaining Rasputin. How do we do this, ma'am? He asked. Do you caution her while I put cuffs on? He fidgeted with a couple of microfilament cuffs strong enough to hold a brute. If she's capable of abducting a bloody Spartan, then we better not take any chances. We do this by the book, Osmond said. If she doesn't cooperate, you have full authorization to use whatever force you see fit. Just remember that Parangoski wants her in one piece and capable of answering questions. It's a shame, Vaz murmured. The good thing about having a full-face helmet was that you could take a sneaky look around as long as you didn't move your head. Mal glanced in Naomi's direction. The feed from her helmet cam said she was staring straight ahead. There was no way of telling where she was actually looking. Anyone interested in the whole cam feed? Devereaux asked. Stand by for docking in 5 minutes. One of the icon positions in Mal's HUD lit up, and he could now see some of the surface details of the sphere. There were no seams visible, no solid shipyard workmanship that allowed or showed its construction. Just an incredibly smooth and almost velvety surface that now looked chocolate brown. He still couldn't get the scale of it yet. You know, it would really help if someone inside could talk me down, Devereaux said irritably. Just some damn numbers, people. Okay, I'll do it the old-fashioned way. From the coordinates. Oh, now that's what I call runway lights. Mal picked it up on his HUD at the same time. Devereaux saw it. Beneath the dropship, the sphere had suddenly come to life. A riot of colored lights zipped out below them, like a carpet being unrolled at high speeds, resolving into blue, yellows, and coral stripes along its length. Then it started pulsing. I think I'm supposed to follow that down, Devereaux said. If I'm wrong, it's been a blast serving with all of you, and Vaz still owes me $10. Judging by the camera angle, the dropship was now aligned right over the light strip. Every time Devereaux veered to port or starboard, the lights at the margins glowed bright red until she aligned with the central yellow strip again. Then cobalt blue discs began popping up at increasingly closer intervals. If that wasn't universal language, Mal didn't know what was. If he'd been a pilot, he'd have assumed the lights were telling him he was coming upon his target. Eventually, pulsing coral bars appeared across the width of the strip before resolving in concentric rings. They kept pulsing until Devereaux brought the dropship to a hover vertically above them. And then they locked. Coordinates acquired, she said. I think I'm going to park here. Apologies for the sloppy RT procedure, but I don't know how or what to call this. On the nail, that's what you call it, BB's voice interrupted. Stand by for a novel experience, boys and girls. The landing strip lights disappeared, and the world outside went pitch black. Mal assumed the landing lights had been shut down, and he was looking into the blackness of space again. But his gut did a complete somersault. Then the lights came on again, this time piercingly white in his HUD, and throwing long shafts into the crew bay through the cockpit bulkhead hatch. We're inside now, Devereaux sounded very matter-of-fact. Mal always wondered if pilots squealed with delight when they opened birthday presents, or if they just grunted. We've come through the shell of the sphere. This is the basement. More or less. I can see engineers, 4 of them, heading this way. The dropship's drive wound down to scale and stopped. Osmond popped her helmet off, tidying her hair with one hand. Mal couldn't read her expression at all. Okay, let's do it, she said. She's expecting an Oni tech team. I wonder if she'll recognize me. I did, Naomi said, and she will too. Mal stepped down from the dropship and landed on pristine cream flagstones. It looked like the place had never been used. Vaz sidled up to him, switched over to their helmet-to-helmet comms link, triggering the red light in Mal's HUD. I hope the other Spartans are as understanding about this as Naomi, Vaz said. At the end of the long passage, Mal was sure he could see shafts of daylight. We're arresting their mother in front of them. Well, if they're not, Mal said, I'm really going to miss my head. Forerunner Dyson Sphere, February 2553. Halsey looked at her watch, then at her data pad, and then at Prone to Drift. Is that it? Have we... Oh. Her stomach flipped and her eyes buzzed, a moment of flu-like faintness. It lasted only a second. Scientist or not, she was expecting such a massive unraveling of space and time to be a little more momentous. She looked around to see where the Spartans were, but she was the only one left in the workshop now. Prone to Drift spoke via the speaker in the datapad. The shield world is now back in the other space. Your friends have entered. Is there anything else you require from us? Will you cooperate with our scientists? Halsey asked. She wondered if there was any point leaving now. She could stay here and work without any reminders of the world outside. The precious people she'd let slip through her fingers so carelessly. They'll spend years exploring this place. We maintain this shield world now. Allow us to do our duty. It was one of those persistent Huragok non sequiturs. We must maintain this shelter. Halsey had started to understand that these were actually precise responses, gentle warnings combined with earnest pleas. This was all they did, all they were created to do, and they would carry on doing it until someone killed them or they died by some other means. Were these sterile lives or meaningful ones? Whatever they were painful, like her own. I understand, she said. I'm driven. I'm driven too. So driven, I can't remember the last time I spoke to my own daughter, and now she's gone. Have you created others for us yet? We have constructed 3 to look after the Forerunner technology you wish to transport, he said. I will fetch them. Prone to Drift floated away, and Halsey was left with no distraction to stop the bad news flooding back into the idle spaces. John's gone, and Miranda, and Cortana too. The world would never return to normal for her. She found a reflective surface and bobbed up and down in front of it, trying to see enough of herself to tidy up before the Oni crew arrived. She was raking her hair with her fingers when Prone returned, sailing like a galleon ahead of 3 new Huragok, line astern. Perfect density, tends to list, and leaks repaired, he said. They are willing to accompany the artifacts. Halsey decided they weren't so much concerned with helping humans as focused on looking after the technology that they'd been created to care for, more than life itself. She should have been able to understand that perfectly. She wondered if that was exactly how she looked to people like Mendez. And 3 of them means we can keep building our own if need be? I can't help myself thinking like that. I really am a cold bitch, aren't I? Thank you, she said. Your knowledge and skill are priceless. I respect that. Prone to Drift didn't seem to know how to react. It took him a few minutes to It took him a few moments to gather himself and reply. We are here to serve, he said at last. And you've served well. Halsey walked back down the passage to find the others, brushing through the inner slip-space barrier and emerging into the present day. The UNSC present, anyway, with the new Huragok following her. It hadn't been a long exile. She hadn't even been forced to eat the rest of the ration bars. Outside, Mendez stood in the center of the huddle of Spartans. Kelly and Linda had taken off their helmets, and their expressions were completely transparent. Like Fred, the news about John had hit them hard. Halsey could see it from the way the 2 women stood with their eyes fixed on the ground. It had to be about John. If they'd known Miranda at all, it would have been no more than a passing of acquaintance. The Spartan Threes hovered on the margins of the gathering. It looked like those awful minutes before a funeral, when the more casual mourners milled around trying to find someone they knew, as well as the right thing to say, but failed. Halsey debated whether to join them. It would only make them feel more awkward now, she was sure. She wondered what would happen to the rest of the Spartan Threes and how many of their comrades were also still missing. What happens to any of them? What happens to any of us when anything that defines us is part of a war that's now over? She glanced over her shoulders at the engineers. They seemed to be making adjustments to each other, looking like nervous job candidates picking lint off one another's suits before the big interview. Perhaps she should have tried talking to them, but it was hard to know where to start a casual conversation, if that was possible at all with a Huragok. We need simpler translation devices for the Oni technicians. That was another project she knew she could immerse herself into, that she never needed to come up for air. She could just bury herself in research until the day that she died. For a moment, Halsey thought about the Spartans buried here. She couldn't decide if it was more appropriate to leave them in place or to repatriate them. But they had no true home now. She wasn't sure that she did either. So I've got more in common with the dead and with the aliens now than I have with my own people around me. But the Katana personnel, perhaps. We can save them when they come out of stasis. I can't face any more deaths, not even to the people I don't know. There was always a priority, always. Something more urgent that needed doing rather than wallowing in grief and regret. Then she found her thoughts drifting to things that she just didn't seem to matter a damn. What had happened to her equipment back on Reach? What had happened to her journal? What had happened to completely meaningless possessions? Until Mendez looked up, stared past her, and started a brisk walk that turned into a jog. The Spartans turned around as well and started heading for the tower. When she finally shook herself out of the fog that seemed to be drowning her, and she looked, Halsey could see what had grabbed their attention. For a moment she thought it was John. A Spartan was striding across the grass towards her. Even though the gate was a woman's, she knew it couldn't possibly be John. She couldn't stop herself from reacting. She broke into a trot and then a run and rushed to meet her. Halsey almost didn't notice two ODSTs and a woman in captain's rig with the Spartan. She was carrying her helmet. Naomi, Halsey pushed past Mendez, devastated that it wasn't John, but somehow elated to know that one of her Spartans had survived. She hadn't realized it was possible to experience both at the same time. Naomi, is that you? Oh, thank God. I thought you were dead. Halsey realized she thanked God a lot, considering that she didn't believe in him. The Spartan took her helmet off as Fred, Linda, and Kelly went to slap her on the shoulder. It was Naomi, all right, but she didn't look particularly happy to see them. I'm glad you made it, she said stiffly. Halsey wasn't clear who she was talking to her or the other Spartans. Then Halsey started paying attention to the captain. Halsey knew that face. She recognized the eyes. It was hard to pinpoint her age, but the woman was exceptionally tall, and her expression said she recognized Halsey too. The woman stopped and looked her over, almost embarrassed. Oh God, I know who this is. She come back to see me, the first one who ever has. Mendez cocked his head on one side. Well, I'll be damned, he said. Saren, isn't it? I knew you'd gone to Oni, but well, good to see you, Captain. Good to see you looking so damn well, too. Good to see you too, Chief. She didn't hold her hand out to Halsey for shaking. If anything, she seemed more cautious about the Spartans. I'm Saren Osmond now. If anyone else is still trying to place a face, I used to be Spartan 019. But that was a long time ago. Fred, Kelly, and Linda seemed to hold their breath for a second and then murmured, Oh, Saren. We thought you were dead, Fred said, but don't think for 1 minute that we ever forgot you. I know, she said quietly, but now I'm back. Halsey could see it now. The glossy black hair had some gray streaks, but it didn't take a lot of effort to roll back the clock and see the teenage girl, leggy and awkward from all those artificially induced growth spurts, huddled in a surgical gown and asking Halsey just how different she would feel when she woke up after the surgery. Halsey told her the truth. All the children she'd chosen were emotionally robust and mature, well beyond their years. And Halsey had seen no point in lying to them about how painful and how persistent the side effects of the surgical enhancements would be. It was better to frighten them with the truth than mouth platitudes and leave them feeling deceived and betrayed afterwards. Good grief, listen to me. I'm worried about betraying them. I'm worried about deceiving them. The chief's right. You stop noticing the stench after a while. The sewer smells perfectly normal until you step outside. Halsey had told her that if she survived the procedure, then there would be a lot of pain, and that the pain would go on for months or even years. What she hadn't told her, because she hadn't been certain herself, was that there was another possible state, a limbo between life and death, and that was surviving with the catastrophic disability or never regaining consciousness. Saren had been unlucky, like the handful of others who had lived, but would never serve as Spartans. Some went to Oni, so much for never. Halsey had noticed it was kinder to tell the others that Saren hadn't survived rather than say she'd been shipped back to Earth in agony and unlikely to walk again. Saren Osmond was walking now, though. Halsey couldn't see any sign of abnormalities. I admit it was hard knowing you were all out there and not being able to contact you. Osmond clasped her hands behind her back, boots spread. But Admiral Parangoski made sure I was cared for, which I suppose is what brings me here now. She looked Halsey in the eye. Halsey braced to hear some hardful truths, a justified explosion of anger at a stolen childhood, but Osmond seemed perfectly calm, as if Halsey was of no consequence to her, and the life she had made for herself was without regrets. To either side of her, the ODST, silent and anonymous, behind their visors, moved slowly forward, so they were flanking her. Naomi was now physically shut out of the conversation. It didn't look as if that was what she intended. The Spartans took an awkward sidestep, as if she was going to intervene, but the realization was already dawning on Halsey. The ODSTs took off their helmets and clipped them onto their belts. Her gaze wasn't drawn to the older, dark-haired staff sergeant, but to his corporal. It wasn't his close-shaven hair or the hard, lean planes of his face that made him look intimidating, but the expression in his eyes. He seemed to have reached his verdict on her. There's an ONI scientific survey team waiting at the center of the sphere. After we've completed some formalities, Osmond said. There was no intention in her voice at all, just a hint of weary resignation as she recited the litany. Catherine Elizabeth Halsey, I have orders to detain you and take you to the nearest secure ONI facility on charges of committing acts likely to aid the enemy. You are now under military jurisdiction and do not have the right to an attorney. The maximum allowable period of detention before being formally charged or released does not apply here. Come with me, please. For a moment, nobody breathed, nobody said a word. Halsey expected to be shocked, but all she felt was a strange, cleansing sense of relief. At first, she thought that it was simple inevitability after what she'd done to get Onyx. But then, she started to taste a sense of martyrdom, that she wanted punishment, and that she needed it to be public so everyone could see just how very penitent she was. I'm glad the chief isn't a mind reader. He'd say that I still think it's all about me. Me and me. Halsey took an uncertain step forward, datapad in one hand. The young Marine held out his hand for it. I need to secure that, Dr. Halsey. He had a heavy Russian or Eastern European accent, and looked as if he would have preferred to punch her in the face rather than just to take the computer away. He glanced at her bag as if he could see right through it. And that weapon, please. She'd forgotten she had her sidearm in her bag. But you'll need this to communicate with the Huragok. The translation software seemed much more critical than the weapon. Oh yes, this. She handed him the pistol on the flat of her hand, so he was clear she wasn't going to do anything insane this time. But as she handed the datapad to him, the Spartans came to life behind her. Kelly stepped forward, as if she was going to defend her. Captain, this is Catherine Halsey. You know her. She's not some common criminal. Do we have to do this? The older Marine, the big cheerful staff sergeant, who looked as if he wouldn't have been in the life or the soul of the party under happier circumstances, stepped to one side of Halsey. caught her left wrist and snapped something around it. He did it so casually and so quickly, so gently, that Halsey didn't realize he was cuffing her until it was too late. Kelly spun around. "Whoa, that's not necessary." "It's okay, Kelly," Halsey said. "This had to happen. Nobody can be allowed to get away with what I did." "Got it in one, Doctor." The sergeant looked up at Kelly as if he felt sorry for her, as if she was a child who had been told as tactfully as possible that the Tooth Fairy had a criminal record as long as her arms. "Remember what happened the last time you turned your back on Dr. Halsey and how you got here?" Kelly wasn't going to let it go. "I was wounded. I'd been sedated. I wasn't clubbed to the ground and dragged here by my hair." "My point exactly." The sergeant looked Halsey over. His name tag said Geffen MJ, and his Zap badge indicated A+, no V sin. "That's quite a black eye you've got there, Dr. Vaz. Put that on the DHR, will you? Pre-existing injury? I don't want anyone thinking we beat up our prisoners." The corporal nodded. Geffen gave Halsey the merest push, and she went with them, because there was nothing else left to do. For one stupid second, Halsey found herself thinking, "I can get out of this. I've been in worse situations. I can hijack warships, for God's sakes." Then the reality returned, and she realized that not only had she run out of options, but this was where she deserved to be. Perhaps not for getting the Spartans to safety, or for taking a ship, but for an entire life of exploitive sins, for which she would probably never be charged, because too many others knew about it, paid for it, and blessed it. And if they wanted to put her on trial, she would name all of the names. No, that's not what this is about. Are you sorry? Really sorry? Doesn't have the space for this. She knew this was a genuine thought because she'd stepped outside herself into a second person. Two things. "Halsey, this was your project, something you craved credit for, so be sorry. Suck it up. Forget who did what. You did what you did, and mostly important, are your Spartans going to be all right? Because that's what this is all about." "What's going to happen to my Spartans?" she asked. "I don't know, but they'll be fine," Geffen said. "They're all grown up now." Her legs were on autopilot. She walked where the charming sergeant led her, keeping a wary eye on the grim-looking Russian lad, and found herself going back into the tower maintenance areas, through the exit she hadn't noticed before, and along more endless, sterile, beautifully finished passages. She could hear voices a long way behind her, but not the arguments she'd expected. She was glad she knew the Spartans would lay down their lives for her, and had in the recent past, but she didn't want that now, and she especially didn't want to see them abandon their disciplines. They were elite troops. They put their professional feelings and fears to one side. She was proud of them for letting her go without a fight. The two Marines were so silent that Halsey felt she was walking to her execution. Would they do that? Did they know what she'd really done? Pounding footsteps grew louder, and somebody jogged up behind her at a steady pace. For some reason, she thought it was going to be Mendez, but it was Osman. The passage was wide enough for her to walk alongside Halsey and the Marines. "When we've got you secured, Doctor, we'll come back for the Spartans and Chief Mendez," Osman said. "I'll get Glamorgan's medical officer to check them over. Then the survey team can move in, and there's the surgical team ready to work on the patients in cryo. Anything else I can tell you?" "I assume I'm going back to Bravo 6, Halsey said. "No, you won't be going back to Earth. You're honored. This time the mountain is coming to Muhammad." There was one person Osman could mean. Margaret Paragoski herself was coming to carry out the interrogation. "Saren, may I ask you a question?" Osman didn't look comfortable with the familiarity, but Halsey had never known her as Osman. "Go ahead," she said. "But you might not get an answer." "Why not? After all that passed between me and Paragoski, why did she decide to come for me now?" Osman was a pace ahead of her. Halsey could see her expression in profile. She didn't smile, and she didn't seem remotely satisfied. She looked as if she'd finally put an aging, incontent dog out of its misery as humanly as possibly she could, but didn't want to dwell on the deeds any longer. Because you couldn't flout the law and human decency 1 minute longer, Doctor, she said. You weren't always on borrowed time, whether you realized it, or you were always on borrowed time, whether you realized it or not. Halsey digested that as she turned the corner and saw the dropship with the stealth coating and the bristling array of ELINT masts extended from their protective housings. Her time had finally run out. At least she'd managed to make it coincide with the end of the war, and there were still 4 Spartans left standing. She could face whatever came next. Chapter 17. We put everything we've got into infinity, and now we can put a little something extra. Rear Admiral Shafiq, UNSC Procurement. UNSC Port Stanley on station at Forerunner Shield World Trevelyan. Jewel had counted the days he'd been locked in his compartment by scratching the numbers into the bulkhead every time his human captors switched on the lighting and placed food at the surface hatch. It was a regular cycle. He assumed they brought up the ship's lighting to correspond with Earth's daylight, and that meant he had been here for 8 days. Ray would know by now that something was wrong, and that he hadn't simply been delayed on one of his gun-running expeditions. He wondered if a telcam was looking for him, or if he'd known about the human ambush all along. What did they want with me? Jewel had expected to be questioned. But he'd just been left to rot, cooped up in a tiny space with its ridiculous water supply and baffling toilet. The small comforts he took for granted at home, like clean clothing and a space to stretch his legs, had been ripped away from him. And he wondered if this was all part of their elaborate interrogation procedure. But they genuinely seemed to have lost interest in him. There was a great deal of activity in the ship, and none of it appeared to be about him. He hadn't felt slip-space drive engines engaged for several days now. The ship couldn't have been anywhere, or it could have been anywhere. There were no view screens, so he couldn't even look at the stars and work out which system he might be in now. Perhaps this is going to turn into a hostage game. But what am I worth, and who could they exchange me for? His anger had now exhausted itself, and he'd settled into an obsessive determination to find out a way of getting word to St. Helios. It frustrated him even more that Phillips, the only human he'd ever met who could speak St. Heli dialects with any degree of fluency, had now disappeared, and he was now relying on the abomination that they called itself BB. AIs were meant to be servants. This one did not know its place, but it did speak St. Heli. Jewel hammered on the cell door. "What is our position?" he demanded. Where are you taking me?" "I want to speak to Phillips." It was hard to say the end of the word, the P and the S together, so he had to settle for Phyllis. "Get Phyllis for me." The AI materialized in the cell. It was tempting to take a swipe at it, but it was ludicrous to vent his frustration on a hologram. "Phyllis is busy," BB said, mimicking the pronunciation. "Look, you're going to be the guest of the Oni in a rather pleasant location. It'll be just you and a few other humans on board a new world. Lots of lovely countryside and unspoiled views. You haven't answered my question. Well, let's just say you're an awfully long ways away from home. I'll tell you nothing," he said. "What's the point of all of this?" "Well, they really want a live St. Heli prisoner, so who am I to deny them? All I know is that there are a lot of scientists and other people in white coats down there, figuratively speaking, and I'm sure you'll all get on famously." Jewel didn't understand what white coats signified. The avatar disappeared again, but then it popped back right in front of him. "Phillips is going to be a guest of the Arbiter, by the way. Is there any message you want me to pass on to your boss?" "Thelvadam is not my boss," Jewel snarled. "He's a weakling who spends too much time worrying about whether humans like him instead of exterminating them." It just slipped out. It didn't matter what a human or its computer thought of his lack of allegiance to the Arbiter, but it dawned on him that the devious little AI had simply flashed out of a fundamental answer. They just wanted to know if Jewel was one of the Arbiter's agents. He was furious now with himself for providing the answer so easily, so simply, because he couldn't control his temper. Or perhaps not. Humans are so twisted that they might think I'm simply saying that to deceive them. I'll just send your best wishes to Professor Phyllis, then, BB said, and vanished. Jewel roared with fury and punched his fist hard into the bulkhead. It was slightly dented now from the constant pounding, but even if he ripped it open, the whole compartment, he would still be marooned on a ship deep in space, and his chances of escaping were dwindling every time more humans arrived. He sank back in his bunk and tried to calm himself. The biggest threat he faced was his isolation, and it would slowly break him. When there was nothing else to do except stare at the bulkhead and fantasize about the many varied ways to end human lives, a certain sensitivity developed in the subliminal sounds of the vessel. Jewel could now tell when the ship's drives were maneuvering to hold station, and even when someone was ditching waste. There was a distinctive clunk overheard. He wondered how much could be heard outside the ship, because the AI had told him with insufferable smugness that this was a stealth vessel, and that nobody would know Port Stanley was there until they hit one of their mines. Jewel was also building up a picture of his environment from a sense of smell. On the occasion when a hatch opened, he could detect sweat, machine oil, burned meat, and oddly floral scents. There was another smell that might have been sterilizing agents or disinfectants. And now a new one, a sour aroma of human agitation, almost as pungent as their fear when he'd fought them, that got his attention. He tried to memorize it. He tried to memorize all of it, because one day this kind of intelligence might come useful. Sometime later he heard the sound of boots, several pairs of them, thudding along the passage toward a cell. They might not have been specifically heading his way, because the cell was on one of the main passages running fore and aft of the ship, but he knew that sound. Spartans. Demons. Even without their heavy armor, they were much heavier than their average human, and he could hear them stalking up and down the passages outside of his cell, sometimes in silence, and sometimes talking quietly amongst themselves as they went by. He recognized the voices. There were more females on board now, and an older male with a rasping voice who didn't seem very happy with life. The words made no sense to Jewel, although he was starting to learn that the repetition of "goddamn" indicated a certain mood, and when voices were raised, there were many more words with explosive consonants like F and syllabants like S. Even their anger lacked eloquence. A conversation was now going on outside of his cell door. He kept hearing a repetition of the word Halsey, but he had no idea what Halsey was, only that the humans seemed particularly agitated about it. No, you can't talk to her. That was a female shipmaster, the one who'd had him imprisoned here. Strict instructions from Admiral Parangoski. But what happens now? That was a male's voice he wasn't familiar with. Neither the bad-tempered older male nor the two soldiers who were part of the ship's crew. Where are they going to take her? I can't tell you that, the shipmaster said, but you're going to Sydney for debriefing. Jewel had no idea what they were talking about, but he could memorize the sounds and detect the emotions behind the words. There was a great deal of tension now. He could smell their agitation again in their sweat, the acrid human sense that pumped out when their stress levels were high. The conversation stopped, and the boots strode away. A few minutes later, the small view screen set in his cell door activated, and he found himself looking at the shipmaster, Osman, and an anonymous helmeted Spartan. It was hard to tell the demons apart until they spoke. "Okay, BB, read him his rights, if he has any," said Osman. Jewel recognized the name BB. We're going to have to move him now. Parangoski wants Halsey transferred as soon as Compton Hall gets here. The AI appeared in front of Jewel. "Time to go, shipmaster," BB said. He had as good of a command of the language as Phillips. "We're going to disembark you now. You can do this a civilized way and walk out under your own steam, or we can do it the cattle prod way. You do understand what that means by cattle prod, don't you? Where are you taking me? Like I said, it's a quite pleasant location. We'll transfer you by shuttle. Now, are you going to behave yourself? I'm not a child. If you resist, they'll simply shoot you. I know you love the idea of death before dishonor, but if you force them to shoot you, nobody will ever know how courageous you were anyway. I don't suppose that matters to you, because you'll know that you did a decent and manly thing, and perhaps that's all you want. But if you want to take revenge at some future date, surviving is a pretty essential part of your strategy. It's your only choice. BB's logic was seductive. Very well, what must I do? They'll insist that you're handcuffed. Please don't resist. BB said, absolutely correct. To die resisting the enemy, with or without an audience to witness the event, was a noble thing. But returning to defeat the enemy was smarter and infinitely more satisfying. Jewel waited for the door to open and presented his outstretched wrist with comment as the Spartan moved in to put the restraints on his arms. You have a very persuasive way with you, BB, Osmond said. What did you do? Threaten to tell his family that he cried like a girl? You have to admit, it's very effective, BB said. A little trick that Phillips taught me, which I believe he dredged up from World War II. That's anthropologist for you. Sometimes I think honor is vastly overrated, Osmond said. She nodded at the Spartan. See him off, Naomi. It was the female Spartan again. She had the cattle prod hanging from her belt. Jewel kept his word and walked beside her down the passage towards the hangar, where a group of 6 troops were waiting. 4 other humans who looked like technicians were waiting there too, all clutching data pads, and all far too frail or fat to be soldiers. The hangar was as crowded as a Kigyar bazaar, with 2 dropships berthed and every available space behind the safety barrier filled with crates. One of the technicians, a female with long pale hair scraped back from her face, looked up and smiled at him, as if she'd never seen a live Sangheili before and didn't know how much damage he could do to her. He suspected it was delighted curiosity rather than goodwill, but she said nothing. Jewel, I've instructed Dr. Magnuson's AI in the Sangheili language, so you should be able to communicate adequately, BB said. Don't forget to send a postcard. Who is Dr. Magnuson? Jewel demanded. You'll find out. Wait. Jewel slammed flat on the deck in the small shuttle, face down, secured by clamps. He wanted to show them that the Sangheili didn't take this sort of treatment without protest, but it was pointless trying to educate humans. And there was nobody he cared about who could see him compounding his shame by surrendering again. He would abide this time. Once he was on the surface of the planet, wherever it was, he would find a way home. And he would also find a way to inflict great damage on these vermin. But first he had to learn to think like them, and he realized that escaping from his new prison wouldn't require physical strength or daring, but learning to play human games of lies and deceit. It's shameful, but I can do it. There's a greater need that it serves. He was expecting the journey to be much longer. It seemed that the shuttle drives had only just run up to speed and left the ship behind when they powered down again and the ship settled down on its dampers. He was certain he hadn't felt the vessel enter slipspace. And he was also sure from the distinctive sound of the drives that the ship wasn't slipspace capable anyway. The pressure lifted from his back as the securing straps were removed. Light flooded in from behind him and a hatch opened. This is your stop, buddy. The troops hauled him to his feet. Come on. Just be a good hingehead and nobody gets hurt. Individual words jumped out at him in the noise that made up the human language. He'd heard the word hingehead a lot. He put it on his mental list of words to learn and understand. He walked down the shuttle ramp with his wrists still secured into a bright, sunny day rich with the smell of green things on the air. The landscape, all the trees and rolling grasslands with no buildings in sight. A man and a woman in uniform that he hadn't seen before were waiting for him. They smiled in that confusing human way, as if he was welcome here. Shipmaster Jewel Mdama, the woman said, nodding at him politely. He could hear her speaking her own language, but he could also hear a simultaneous translation in Sangheili. I'm Dr. Magnuson. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Please don't think of it as extraordinary rendition. Think of it instead as helping to ensure that we never have to go to war again. The man with her, hairless and unsmiling in the same dark gray fabric coveralls as the woman, looked Jewel up and down and didn't seem impressed. Yes, welcome to Oni Research Facility Trevelyan, Shipmaster, his translator said. This is where we gather intelligence to protect Earth, and this is where you disappear from the galaxy. Jewel understood him too. It lifted his mood no end. If he could understand what the humans said, then he was one step closer to working out how to get home. Temporarily human, he said. Just temporarily. UNSC Port Stanley, in orbit around Oni, RF Trevelyan, Onyx Sector. Vaz took his life in his hands and stepped into Naomi's path as she came thundering down the passage. You can't see her, he said. Captain's orders. Parengoski's orders. Just leave it, Naomi, please. It took a lot of balls to try and intercept a Spartan who didn't want to be intercepted. Vaz expected her to roll right over him and break a few of his bones in her determination to talk to Halsey before she was transferred to Compton Hall. Those were his orders. But that wasn't the only reason he was doing it. He tried to imagine what it would feel like to live and fight under the kind of unnatural stress for more than 35 years, and then find the only person you thought of as a mother was in fact a monster who ripped your family apart. Spartans weren't machines. It had to hurt like hell. Naomi hadn't known what had gone on back home while she was being whisked away to Reach with dozens of other unlucky kids, whose only mistakes had been being born strong, smart, and a long way from Earth. Vaz could see her imagination was now working overtime, picturing the misery that Halsey had left in her wake. Halsey was a genetics expert. She should have known those cloned kids would stand a high risk of dying. What kind of bitch would do that to another human being after kidnapping a real child? Vaz, I need to talk to her, Naomi said quietly. I'm not going to get another chance. I just want to know why she kept all of that from us. Vaz still blocked the passage, boots planted firmly and shoulders squared, although if a Spartan wanted to get past him, there would have been nothing that he could do about it. He had a pretty good idea why Halsey hadn't bothered to explain to her adoring trainees exactly what she had done, but it would only make things worse if he said so. She didn't want to hurt you, Vaz lied. Nice try, but I want to hear it from her. Now he could hear the stampede sound of the other Spartans heading this way. He wasn't going to let them past either. He wondered if the brutal truth might actually be kinder than letting them think that Oni was extraditing some kind of saint. The guy in front was a lieutenant, which made things doubly awkward. Frederick. Even that offended Vaz, that Halsey had given them just first names. And if they'd always be children, they'd have the right to their surnames. Okay, they didn't remember them, but they had lineage, and they had ancestors, and they came from somewhere. Corporal, we just want to talk to Dr. Halsey, Frederick said. What was Vaz supposed to call him, Lieutenant Frederick? What kind of surname was that for a grown man, let alone an officer? I don't see any harm in that it can do. Admiral's orders, sir, Vaz said. Please don't make me disobey my captain. She might be the next head of Oni, and I value my nuts. Frederick looked uneasy. I'll make my representations to Admiral Parengoski, then. Frederick turned up the passage with the other two female Spartans. Naomi looked at Vaz and did a slow head shake. That was more confusion than disagreement. She'd obeyed orders, but that didn't mean she wasn't having a hard time with it. Come on, he said. He decided to try another tack. You're a Spartan. You don't need to hear her excuses. She doesn't control you. Okay, but can I ask a favor, Vasya? She used the Russian short form. Nobody else said that. Osmond says I can see my records if I want to. She thinks I ought to see the whole thing, like there's worse to come. And do you want to? I don't know. I wish I did. I don't have the courage to look. But she had the guts to take on the hinge head with her bare hands. and any number of crazy things that could get even a Spartan killed. Vaz understood why it was so much for her. Once she read the details, she could never forget. Most of her childhood memories were too deeply buried to plague her consciously, but she was almost certainly speculating what her parents had been like and how the events had devastated them. And she could have been imagining a lot worse than the reality. His automatic response was to do it, like he'd do the same for Mal. Looking out for buddies just meant giving them covering fire. "What do you want me to do?" Vaz said. "Just say, would you read my files and decide whether I should know or not?" Damn, how the hell will I know? It was a massive responsibility. If he told her, it might be too painful. And if he didn't, she'd know it was because the details were too awful, and maybe imagine worse anyway. Even for a Spartan, there was such a thing as a final straw. But an ODST didn't let his buddies down. "Okay," he said. "You trust me to do that, do you?" "Of course I do. Thanks, Vasya. I'll let the captain know you need the file." She looked past him at the door to the compartment where Halsey was being held, and for a stupid moment she was tempted to let her in. He was tempted to let her in and face the consequences. But he could see Halsey making handwriting excuses and what she'd done, and then he'd be sorely tempted to punch the shit out of her, 60 years old or not. The other Spartans, the ones they called Spartan 3s, were huddled in the senior raids mess with Devro, who was plying them with coffee and mountains of snacks. So these were the expendable suicide troops, the colonial cannon fodder. Damn, they were teenagers. None of them could have been older than 18. And if they'd been pumped full of growth hormones and ceramics like Naomi, then it hadn't worked. They were just regular-sized kids. One of the girls was so small and fresh-faced that she didn't look old enough to be out of the schools yet, let alone given a firearm. She stared at Vaz like a malevolent ferret and didn't say a word. "And we're the good guys, are we? Everyone's okay?" he asked, looking face to face to face. They stared back at him. Edgy was an understatement. "We're going to cross-deck you to the Glamorgan in an hour. She's got a proper doctor." "We're okay," said one of the lads. His name tag said Ash. "Just peckish. Are we going to Earth?" "Yes, you're getting a debrief at HighCom in Sydney, Bravo 6. Are you old enough to drink? There's still some good bars in Sydney." Ash stared at Vaz as if he was senile. "I'm 13, he said, "and we've never been to Earth." That brought Vaz up short. "Jesus, what about the rest of you?" "I'm 20, Tom said. "So's Lucy here." He patted the Mad Ferret Kid's shoulder. "But the other guys are about Ash's age, yes." It was just making Vaz angrier by the second. For a moment, he got a glimpse of why so many of the colonies hated Earth. He'd had enough of all of this Spartan crap. "Well, make sure the UNSC shows you some gratitude," he said at last. "We'll talk to your CO about it." Vaz walked off, and Devro came trotting down the passage after him. "Wow," she said. "You saw that little girlie? She decked Halsey. She's the one who blackened her eye. They were all psychos. You'd be crazy as well if they gave you a rifle when you were 6. Chief Mendez must have a magic touch to cope with all of that." "Either that," Vaz said, "or he's a complete bastard." Devereaux held her hands up in her "I'm just saying" gesture and returned to mind the delinquent Spartans. Vaz went in search of Mal and found him in the galley with Mendez. They were talking quietly in the corner, arms folded, with that seen-it-all no-shit expression particular to senior NCOs. 2 cans of beer sat on the counter between them. Mendez was in his late 50s or early 60s, a real thug of a guy with whipcord forearms and a broken nose. So this was a man who trained all of the Spartans. What the hell was he doing while Halsey was doing the Frankenstein stuff with the kids? Vaz couldn't work out why Mal was sharing a beer with him, but he nodded at him anyway. Maybe Mal needed to hear Mendez's side of the story first. Everything quiet out there? Mal asked. Vaz shrugged. The lieutenant wanted to talk to Halsey, but I told them she was off limits. When's Compton Hall taking her off of our hands? Mal checked his watch. 6 hours. Then we head back home. Mendez wasn't saying much. He retrieved his beer and took the cigar stub out of his top pocket, staring at the frayed tip. At least I gotta replenish my supply of these. So you and Dr. Halsey. Vaz just couldn't make small talk with him. Something had to be said. You worked together a long time, yes? Mendez might have been born looking suspicious. He certainly looks suspicious now. I worked with her a long time ago, if that's what you mean. Well, we spent the last few weeks working with a couple of other Spartans. It's hard to know what to say about a project like that. Then it's probably best to say nothing. Vaz bristled. Okay, so Mendez trained the Master Chief and was some kind of legend. But Vaz couldn't let that intimidate him. He wanted to know all of the Spartan stuff he could possibly fit alongside the Navy's sense of decency. He'd always despised people who would stand up and be counted. And here he was now, dithering like some gutless little clerk about whether to say something that might upset a man who stood while Halsey played Dr. Mengele. Okay, they can stick me on the charge for disrespect to a superior, but I gotta live with myself. One question, Chief, Vaz said. If you knew what was happening to those kids, why didn't you do something? Any of you? I mean, how many people does it take to create dozens of Flash clones and run a program that size? There must have been a whole army of technicians and doctors and military personnel working on it. Just tell me why, for Naomi, if nothing else. Mendez took a long time putting his cigar away and moving his can of beer across the counter. So long that Vaz thought he was preparing to swing a punch. Yeah, why don't you try that, Granddad? Go on, see what you get. But the punch didn't come, and Vaz found himself disappointed. And you like to think that you would have handled things differently, Mendez said. Vaz stared into the face of Mendez, searching for any loss of nerve. There's some things that you can't do and still call yourself a man. He waited for the explosion or a punch. He didn't dare look at Mal. What he said didn't change a damn thing, and it wouldn't stop it happening again with other people's kids. But he'd said it, and that was better than not saying it. I don't care if he's the biggest damn hero the UNSC rescues blind kittens in his spare time. It's still wrong, and it's always going to be wrong. Yeah, I think I reached that conclusion a few years ago, Mendez said at last. He didn't seem to be avoiding Vaz's gaze, so much as staring past him with something on the bulkhead that only he could see. Next time, I'll try to find my conscience before the event, not after it. He drained his beer in one pull, tossed the can in the trash, and he left. Mal turned to Vaz, arms still folded. Feel better now? Actually, yes, Vaz didn't plan to apologize. I do. A sense of right and wrong is all we are. Mal rolled his eyes. If I knew the names of any of the Russian philosophers, I'd probably have a really good one-liner to shoot back at you. But I don't and I haven't, he said. So, come on. What do you think should happen to Mendez? Okay, Halsey, it was her project, but what are you going to do about people like Mendez and everyone else? How far down are you going to drill? As far as it takes, because it's ordinary people who let this happen. Vaz busied himself refilling the coffee machine. He didn't want to fight with Mal. He didn't want to discover anything about the guy he didn't respect. Mal was his best friend. They'd been through a lot together. But it was a lot easier hell jumping than wrestling with this kind of stuff. The monsters don't run the gulags and the death camps and the re-education centers. Regular people do. If they all had the balls to say no, the likes of Halsey, Zhao, and Stalin could never do it all on their own, could they? I'm not saying forgive and forget, but you know bloody well that 90% of humans do exactly what everyone else around them is doing. Even if they know it's evil or plain stupid, because that's the way humans are. Like keeping my mouth shut about this. That's not a defense. No. But would you tell Oni to shove it in the middle of a war? Look at what we're doing right now. It was the middle of a war. It wasn't the middle of a war. This was before the Covenant showed up. It was about counterinsurgency, not genocide. So being killed by the Covenant is worse than being killed by some colonial tosser? You hate it when civvies second-guess us with the luxury of hindsight. This wasn't some split-second decision under fire. It was deliberate. It went on for 20-odd years. And it involved kids. How hard is it to work out that it was wrong? Seriously, Mal, how hard? Sometimes Mal argues for the hell of it. Vaz wasn't sure if he was arguing now or just trying to make sense of a bad situation. But this was suddenly personal, not a high school ethics debate. Whatever Halsey and Mendez had done, they'd done it to Naomi and Osmond as well. This coffee's taking forever, Vaz said. I've got stuff to do. He needed to go before he had something he'd regret. And he'd had a promise to keep to Naomi. He went to Osmond's day cabin and peered around the open door. She was in there with the chief. So she was either about to repaint the bulkheads with his innards, or she didn't feel too badly about his involvement. But that was her business. The individual Spartans were the only ones who had the right to forgive anyone. I said I'd take a look at a file for Naomi, ma'am, Vaz said, avoiding eye contact with Mendez. Osmond nodded. Probably best done in your cabin. BB can display it for you. He had to ask, have you read it, ma'am? Yes. Would you read it? Would you read your own now? She always looked at him straight in the eye, but her gaze flickered for a moment. No. That told him all he needed to know. He took the long reroute back to his cabin to avoid everyone and flopped down on his bunk. BB needed to be summoned. He made a point of not crossing the threshold except for keeping his dumb processing eye on the environmental and safety controls. It was a thoughtful gesture. Come in, BB, Vaz said. Let's get this over with. BB's avatar popped up on the screen on the bulkhead, switched from its portal to a file with more security warnings on the cover than he'd ever seen in his life. You're doing a very kind thing, Vasily. Vaz tried to mimic Mal's accent, embarrassed. She's me mate. I know you weren't well enough to know, to realize this is going to make you angry. Most things do. Call me when you need me. Hang on, a thought crossed Vaz's mind as the first page filled the screen. You must have read all the files, Osmond's too. Of course I have. I am the files. But you don't snoop in the cabins? I just wondered where you draw the line. I'm required to know personal details, but it also helps me to understand the captain better. And Admiral Parangoski. BB vanished. Which in this case meant he really had withdrawn from the room. Vaz forced himself to look at the file. Guts nodded. Naomi's family name was Senska. She came from a colony world he'd never ever heard of. Sansar. And she was only a child. There were pages of reports signed by Halsey detailing her exceptional genetic profile, and so full of jargon that he started skimming over the details. But the next page that flashed up hit him right between the eyes. It was a weekly psychological assessment form detailing how this 6-year-old kid was coping after being scratched by ONI agents, and on the way home from school. Whether she was eating, how much she was crying, how often she asked for her mother, and how aggressive or withdrawn she was on any given day. It would have been bad enough reading that about a total stranger, but it was all too close to home now. Vaz found himself drowning in questions, like why people hadn't noticed all these kids disappearing for a few weeks and then miraculously being found alive. But the colonies were a long way from Earth, and a long way from one another. There were only 70-odd kids involved. Kids went missing all the time. They were spread across so many planets that no cop would ever have spotted a pattern in all of it. So like Devro said, why bother with colonies? Why the hell go to all the trouble? Halsey didn't need to. The reports were written in disturbingly neutral clinical terminology. But they all boiled down to one thing. Naomi, like the other Spartan kids, was terrified and wanted to go home. Vaz read the names of the psychologists and medical officers at the bottom of the reports carefully. He wanted to remember the monsters who they really were. The one currently imprisoned on the deck below him couldn't have done it without them. You rotten bastards, you took an oath to do no harm. He wasn't sure if he grasped half of the medical stuff in front of him, but he understood enough to realize that he didn't want to go on reading about the drugs and the surgeries, the brutal trainings and the assessments of the kids, pains and stress levels. It would surface in nightmares one day. He was sure of it. He didn't want to know how Halsey changed them, out of all recognition. He had to. He had to, though. If the people he served with had gone through this, the least he could do was read about it. He stuck at it for 4.5 more hours, getting every bit as angry as BB had warned him he would, until he had to take a breath or explode. He flicked forward on the end file, knowing there would be no happy endings, and found he was looking at a sub-file of social workers' reports about Naomi's parents. Even in a situation like that, with outrage piled and outrage without a thought for how far the ripples of misery would spread, it was still a shock to see what had happened to the Senskas. Their daughter had been returned to them, or so they thought, and for a while they'd been relieved to have her back. Then she fell ill and spent 18 months dying. The Senskis were told it was genetic illness. The social reports tossed in the consequences of that lie as if it was a footnote. Mr. Senska is concerned that the genetic abnormality will affect any other children she might bear. She asked to be sterilized, and the decision is putting considerable strain on the marriage. The next page was a coroner's report, an inquest dated 6 months later. Naomi's mother had finally slashed her own wrists. There was a comment from the coroner about the inability to deal with her bereavement. Vaz read it a few times, unable to get past the paragraph. Had Osmond actually told Naomi all of this? He'd have no idea until he asked himself. But if she hadn't, the worst news of all would fall on him. Part of him resented Osmond for not giving Naomi the full story right away. God Almighty, how do I tell Naomi that? Her father, Stefan, seemed to be made of more obstinate stuff, though. The social worker had included a number of police reports detailing how he insisted that the girl who'd come back was not his daughter, and that it was all a dirty government conspiracy. There was no genetic abnormality like that in his family, he said. Vaz was now riveted. The factory worker, the ordinary guy, hadn't realized just how right he was. Vaz scrolled through the pages as fast as he could now, but then he found himself reading Naomi's service record instead, and the trail went cold. There was no more mention of Staffan Senska. BB, he said. Quick question. Sit rep on Sansar, outer colony. Glassed, BB said, not even materializing. Vaz thought of that Staffan, screwed by his own kind and then glassed by the Covenant, and wondered if there was any justice at all left in the world. He lay on his bunk for a long time, staring up at the deckhand. At the deck head in chaotic, numb anger. More than 70 families had been through this, or something like it, and the only thing that had put an end to their misery was the Covenant. How many of them had been as tragic as Naomi's parents? How the hell was he going to tell her any of this? He swung his legs off of the bunk, determined to come back later and finish reading every last damn word of the file. One thought wouldn't go away, though. Halsey was still down there, one deck below. She'd led a charmed life, paid and praised and given nice, big budgets, while all the time she was no better than any of the other war criminals throughout history, who'd been tried and hanged, or who'd never faced justice at all. Vaz knew a little about World War II because it was still compulsory history in the school he'd attended. Russia didn't forget her wars. If he'd run into Dr. Joseph Mengele 500 years ago and known what the man had done or would go on to do, and if he'd shot him, then he'd have been hailed as a patriot. Everyone would have said he'd done humanity a favor. He had the modern-day Mengele right here. Vaz was halfway down the passage before the thought started crystallizing. By the time he got to the ladder that would take him to the deck below, he'd already kissed goodbye to his service career and his freedom. He found himself outside Halsey's temporary cell now, with one hand on the door and the other resting on his sidearm. He thought of all the scientists responsible for wartime atrocities and how many of them made themselves too useful to hang and died fat and rich and respected at a ripe old age. That was when he decided that the world could probably be just fine without another Spartan program. He put one finger on the lock override. "Vasily," said the voice behind him. No, it wasn't behind him. It was somewhere overhead. It was one of the ship broadcasting speakers, like the voice of God. "Vaz, I told you it would make you angry, didn't I? Come on, walk away from it." "Nobody even stops monsters until it's too late," he said. "We can't claim we didn't know about this one. But there's always another one to take its place, Vaz," BB said. "And I think Naomi would be happier if you weren't serving life for blowing Halsey's brains out." Vaz paused for a good 10 seconds, hating himself for hesitating when he knew that this woman would probably never be face to face with real justice. What did he have to lose? No kids, no family. Not half as much as the colonists whose lives she'd wrecked. "Vaz, leave her to Perengoski." BB's tone was now firmer. "She's much more proficient than you at making people suffer. Go find Naomi. Go on." Vaz felt as if he'd suddenly sobered up. It didn't stop the anger or the seething hatred, but he felt both stupid and justified, which was hard to handle. BB was looking out for him, though. That was what friends were for. "Thanks, BB." He rubbed his face with both hands and started walking away. "Coward," a voice said inside of him. "Coward." "Yeah, I'll do that. I hope I never have to regret this." "You know, you already do," BB said. "Now go press your best pants. We hand over Halsey, and then we go home for the memorial ceremonies." Vaz had plenty of people to commemorate. It still seemed pretty lavish to slip back to Earth in the middle of a mission. They really needed us there. Yes, the Arbiter's attending. Old enemies normally left it a decent few years before they showed up expressing respect. This was just months. It was still all way too raw. But then today was a very raw kind of day, all around. "Great," Vaz said, realizing that every step he took away from the door was proof that he was just like everyone else, compliant and gutless, unable to do what the consequences demanded. "Let's forgive every evil bastard in the galaxy." Voi Memorial, Kenya, Earth, March 2553. "No army." Margaret Perengoski, leaning on her cane, watched Hood taking his leave of the Arbiter. "He didn't invite any brass from the army." "Well, that's goddamn rude, even by my standards." She turned to Osmond and did that little nod that always accompanied a tip on handling inter-service politics. "Even if you think that the Navy and the Marines were the only ones fighting the war, then you still treat the rest of us as if they were right there and in front. and an awful lot of them were. The coral pink dawn had given way to bright, crisp morning, and the memorial, the wing of a Pelican dropship inscribed with the names of the fallen, had lost its stark, monolithic look as the sun climbed higher. Osmond hoped that the media had managed to get the best dramatic images of the lonely black shape silhouetted against the sky. That was a covenant metaphor for shed blood. She wondered how anyone could possibly have inscribed all the names that should have been in such a limited space. But that was the way history tended to play these things out. Something to address one day when I'm stuck at Bravo 6. The ceremony was like any other social gathering. There were those who came for the main business of the day, which was grieving, and there were those who had come because it was a requirement. Chief Mendez looked immaculate in his dress uniform, and also very pissed off. Osmond could see why. She noticed the crowd part as the Arbiter took his leave of Hood, with a handshake again, and walked away to where his guards were waiting. Parangoski watched with narrowed eyes, leaning on the edge of her cane. Osmond couldn't tell if her mind was on Hood or on Halsey. "So you think Phillips is ready to be inserted?" she said at last. "Ready or not, ma'am, he's the only person who can get into St. Helios right now, and we really need the intel. Vadam is not an idiot. He expects us to send a spy. But he probably won't expect that spy to have contacts on the ground. Indeed, and if the worst happens, BB can deal with it." The intelligence business was full of euphemism. BB would give Phillips a lethal dose of nerve agent if he was captured and interrogated. It was easier for the AI to decide when things had gone too far than for Phillips to make the call himself. Osmond stood back from herself and watched her spook side, not getting upset about this idea, but it was rather sobering. "I've sent Spencer to mooch around Venezia," Parangoski said, gaze still fixed on the Sangheli shuttle. Its drives were powering up now. He was getting bored. Bad sign. "There's still number 2 on our bugger about list. Glad they're not forgotten. We need to focus resources on the Sangheli, so that means stopping the colonies complicating the issues. Keep an eye on that, and give him a hand if need be, will you?" "My pleasure, ma'am. A Sangheli attack on them wouldn't upset us at all." "I'll do my best." Parangoski pushed herself upright and flexed her hands. "Now for dessert. I've got a conversation to have with my favorite scientist." She'd waited a damn long time to get to Halsey, but she seemed more resigned than triumphant. "I wouldn't call it an interrogation because there aren't many answers I want from her. I just want to tell her a few things, and then she can make herself useful. But BB will brief you on when Stanley's underway." Osmond knew something big was looming, but had learned long ago that Parangoski would tell her when she needed to know, or when the time was right. She'd never left her in the dark with any good reason. "Have you spoken to her at all, ma'am?" "Not yet. Just trying to locate my own moral high ground at the moment." "You've never actually said that you regret the Spartan program." "Regret's an insultingly useless thing so long after an event. But I think it's better than claiming you did what you thought was right at the time. Good faith. I can't be doing that with nonsense. It's a politician's defense. I knew it was wrong, and I still did it, so I stand up and admit it." Osmond wondered if Parangoski was getting ready to die, if the woman was still, or was ill. BB probably wouldn't tell Osmond, but there was a great finality about the Admiral, a tidying up of loose ends, and it panicked Osmond every time she noticed it. But no other Admiral had served so long past their active service date, and she might have decided to retire finally at last. Marion dropped something. You're going to give a statement to the Defense Committee, then? When my resignation won't compromise security? Yes, Parangoski smiled. She did that more often than people imagined, but rarely outside of her office. You'll be appointed Rear Admiral in the April list, by the way, and then the path is clear. The news didn't sound quite as good to Osmond as she'd once thought it would. What if I'm not ready for it, ma'am? Then I'll just have to stay alive until you are. She glanced past Osmond at her driver. Good team, Kilo 5. Osmond nodded. They've really gelled. A bit baffled and impatient without real fighting to do, but they're adapting to intelligence very well. Even Phillips. Good call, ma'am. I'm glad it's worked out. Parangoski began walking back to the memorial. You've always needed a core team who'll do anything for you and you alone. Loyalty is everything, Saren, but you know that. Osmond followed her back to the memorial, more out of concern than to see what she would do. Parangoski contemplated one of the plaques in silence for a while. It was Halsey's. It was almost as if she wanted to lock it in her memory to convince herself that something had finally come to pass. Then she moved along the plaques commemorating the Spartans and laid her hand on it for just a moment, chin lowered. She looked back over her shoulder at Osmond, half shrugged, then turned to where the driver was waiting. Everyone paused for a moment to watch her go. It was rare for her to appear in public. Osmond saluted and wondered if she would hold ONI together for as long as Parangoski had. As if the Admiral's exit was his cue, Mendez broke away from a conversation with the Spartan Twos and Mal, Vaz, and Devro. Maybe Osmond was reading too much into it, but there seemed to be a gap in the group, and Naomi was definitely standing with the ODSTs. Mendez headed her way. Looking good, Chief, she said. He patted his gut, self-conscious. It still fits after all these years, ma'am. You back on patrol now? No rest for the wicked. I expect we'll see another again fairly soon, though. If it's okay with you, Kelly, Linda, and Fred aren't going to take you up on your offer of access to their files for the time being, but they're grateful for the opportunity. He slipped a white-gloved finger inside his collar, as if to loosen it a little. Maybe it didn't quite fit after all. I think it's too much too soon, and maybe 35 years too late, anyway. That's okay, Osmond said. They've always got the option. She reached out for his hand and shook it. Look after yourself, Chief. Mendez gave her one of his tight, regretful smiles. And you stay out of trouble, ma'am. An event like this would normally have broken down into spotting old shipmates and sinking further into reminiscence. And then, once a few suitably bracing drinks had been taken in the wardroom, she would make her excuses for the early getaway before it got too emotional and messy for her. But she had a very good excuse for absence today. She had a coup to support. She jerked her head in the direction of the waiting transport and gave the ODSTs and Naomi a get-moving gesture. Just a discreet tilt of her thumb. They'd make a lot of effort with the spit and polish. Vaz looked especially well turned out. Osmond wondered if his freckless ex-girlfriend had bothered to contact him again, and hoped that he'd had the sense to tell her to sling her the hook. Does it offend you, all this focus on the Spartans, she asked. The pool driver couldn't hear them in front of the compartment, and Naomi had turned to gaze out the window as if to indicate she wasn't taking part in the conversation. I know the Master Chief played a pivotal role, but I wonder if the other side of all of this adulation is almost dismissing the role as ordinary guys who were killed and maimed to stop the Covenant. Mal looked as if he wanted to loosen his high collar too. They'd been stuck in the uniform for far more than 7 hours. At least, it's not all tea and medals for the senior command, ma'am. The Spartans were NCOs, no offense. None taken, staff. Port Stanley was close to an Earth orbit for a fast slip. Osmond wondered if the detour had been worth it in lost time. because the Arbiter's visit had been uneventful, and she could have hung around St. Helios after all. But she looked at the faces around her and decided it had been no bad thing to give her ODSTs and Naomi a chance to grieve and remember. She couldn't think of it as closure. It was all very far from over, and there would be more names to engrave on plaques both on Earth and distant worlds. We have 50 pages left that we will finish next time. Thanks for hanging out and listening to the book today. On the docket for the rest of the day is Halo. I'm going to start it up right now. And I'm going to reboot my coffee. And then we're going to play. I'm really excited about it. While I'm starting this up, I'm going to look at what I missed from all you guys talking. Because I always miss stuff. And, yeah. Ooh. Yeah and no. Close window. Let's fix something. Let's see here. What do we got? We got... There was a fighter that was backing Locke. And one backing MC. Well, that's right. I remember that. What's up, Killer? What's up, Killer? We're reading. If we hit 50 viewers today, I will gift 25 subs. Holy shit. How many did we have? We're up at 30 right now. Let's see. Amazon Prime subs. We're going to finish this today. Gets comfy with the cheddar bacon popcorn. Yeah, no, we're not finishing it. A little bit more to go. Thank you, Pointy Zero. Love Halo. Yeah, we're just reading through the books, and then we're going to play games together. It's pretty powerful and awesome. I have 2 copies of Halo running at the moment. That's not good. Let's do it like this. Close. And now we'll open Halo. Jesus, what the hell, computer? Oh, hey, look at that. That's a code. Halfway to 50 concurrent viewers. If that number hits 50, I'm gifting 25. Wow, you guys are awesome. Did you grab the cookies? More cookies, 543. Oh my god, look at that. Kevin's the Halo collector just dropping armor codes in the chat today. So grateful for you. Thank you, Kevin. Jesus, hold on a second. All right. 30 is the highest so far. Yeah, 30 is a lot. I mean, we've had more in other days. Maybe we'll get raided. You know, somebody out there, you know, Legendary 117, Gun Goddess. We get raided a lot by really good communities. Maybe we'll get one. Maybe we'll get one today. If you guys sit tight for a second, I'm going to run and reboot my coffee because, you know, that's what we got to do. And I'll stick with the Master Chief hat and jacket. Well, I'll probably take the jacket off as soon as we start sweating, of course. But anyway, give me a minute. I'm going to go reboot my coffee. It's great to see all you guys. I hope Installation 00 stopped by today. And, you know, it's a good day. Thanks for listening to me read some more. All right, guys, I'll be right back. 1 sec. almost back. 1 second. Ziva Z. Or my dog wanted a pet before I came back in here, so I gave her the pets. Hey, 1,168 follows. Thank you for the new follow, Pointy Zero, again for following us during the reading portion. We usually don't talk. You know, you guys know that already. Hey, Kevin. And now we're live in the Spartan space. We're in the Discord now with the Halo Collector, who has been giving away stuff all day. Thank you. Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate you. Thank you for supporting us and giving stuff away. That was unexpected, and I am eternally grateful.
Sure.
You guys are just powering the awesome, and I can't even. It's the best. It's a great feeling. We ultimately, everybody who was wondering, don the chest and the helmet. Okay. Silly. Yeah, Ziva. Ziva and Gibbs, that's right. Let's drive up those numbers. Okay, yeah. I'll put it on. Just give me a second. Is there a reason why the challenge... Is your challenge box white now, Kevin? Oh, no, it's white because I selected it. That's weird. I don't remember that ever being a thing. Well, oh well. Yeah, I'll put the chest and the helmet on for you. Give me a second. Anyway, yeah, that's cool. Giving away the stuff. That's really cool, Kevin. Thank you. It's too awesome. Everybody, YouTube is going nuts today. We got some watchers over there. We've got all of the people. 30's the highest I've seen so far. I want to say that we had, like... I'm showing 33 on Streamlabs right now. Combined between... Streamlabs just gives me a combined total, so... It's, between YouTube and... But... yeah. It's good. It's good. Whatever it is, it's good. I'm happy for it. Hang my jacket back up here. Hey Kevin, you got another one of these Master Chief hats laying around? I'll buy it off of you.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Okay. I know because you had them at that one con, and I was glad to get one. But I'm thinking I might want to get another one in case. And my Star Trek bathrobe is dying, and I was kind of sort of poor when you sent me the link for the Master Chief bathrobe, and I was not able to acquire it. So if you happen to see one in circulation, would you kindly send me a link to it so I might acquire a bathrobe for the Master Chief? Thank you. You know, I took off my damn jacket so I could put on the chest and back for Nikki, and then fucked it off and didn't even put it on. Golly. It do be like that sometimes, right? Like, I can't even. Oh, okay. Yeah, hey, Nikki, remember, you were talking to me about going to a Mariners game or two this year. Remember when we used to buy all of the tickets for everyone, and then you guys would pay us back? Remember that? So a long time ago, guys, we used to buy the tickets. My wife and I, we would buy Mariners tickets. We'd get our tax money. How heavy is the chest piece? That's a great question. We in the Legends Master Chief, the entire kit weighs 65 pounds. So that's the chest, that's all of the all of the entirety of the armor. I want to say this is probably 10 or 15 pounds of that by itself. I'd have to go and weigh myself with it. Yeah, that's exactly right. I would buy like the most I ever bought was 26 tickets. The most.
Yep.
At one time. What's up, Kevin?
I said that's a lot of tickets.
Oh yeah. No. It was I bought 26 tickets that year at one time. It was me and my wife, and we took Travis and we took Oliver. And I don't think Jack was born yet. I think Lena was pregnant with Jack. So it was our family of 4, because we helped raise her little brother Travis from 8th grade until he became a man and went out and did great things. And we love him a lot. He's a good kid. Still love him. Talk to him all the time. So it was us. And then we had Nikki's family. And I believe that was Nikki's mom and dad, Nikki's brother, and Nikki. And they might have had one extra at the time living with them. I can't remember if he was living with you guys or not. What is his name? Justin's friend. I can't remember his name right now. So, but that's 8, and then we had Philip and his family. Kelly and garlic fries. Yeah, James, that would have been it. James, that's right. Kelly and garlic fries. Let's see. Philip and his family. So it was Philip and his parents went to that game. I don't think his sister came down. And then it would have been Paul and Paul's parents. Anyway, it was like 26 people. We literally, it was the more... I really wanted...
drink
Good morning,
your drink.
Krampus. I will drink my drink. I really wanted to get to... I really wanted to get to a place where if we had made it to 30 tickets, we would have got a 25% discount on the whole ticket. And then it would have also opened the door to things like group events. Like if we'd just gotten like 5 more people to go with us in subsequent years, we would have got like catered mealtime on the paddock by the field before the game. Like we would have been those people, and that is not an easy thing to do. And so I was really trying. I don't recall any hats like that amongst your collection. What do you mean? A couple of pictures from that game. I remember the hat specifically bought that night, though I don't think I still have it. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I might have it. What's up?
I've been to 2 Mariner games like that where we've had special privileges.
Oh, okay. See, and that's what I'm saying. Like we're, that's what I was trying to get to, and that was back when, dude, we were super poor. Okay, if life is hard, people, I understand, right? We were so poor back then. I drove. What was I driving? I was driving a 1992 Ford Taurus 4-door. So it was like the car that RoboCop drives as a police officer. That's what it is. Go, if you don't know what I'm talking about, go look. It was that. It was. Hey, thanks for the follow. What is that? 2 Strains. Welcome to the awesome. Thanks for being awesome with us today. So anyway,
Taurus station wagon.
Yeah, come on in here. Yeah, we didn't have the station wagon. This was a sedan. Go ahead, Woofy. You can get in here. We're gonna play some Slayer. But it's it's like that, right? So I had that, and we drove around in that, and we would go. We live here where we've always lived. I've lived in this house since I bought it and never moved. So we owned the house the entire time. And we live approximately 38 miles from where Nikki used to live, which is a little town called Shelton. That's where my wife grew up, mostly. And so my hometown bank is there. That's where my parents eventually moved us to. We moved from Seattle, Washington to Shelton. And so as that continued to happen, and I'm gonna change something here for Oakham when he decides to come and hang out. Change it now so I don't have to worry about it later. This one. There you go. Now you guys in the Discord get the buttery smooth sounds of Spartan John as well. Anyway, so hold on a second. All right, test. Yeah. Okay. Just making sure I can hear you guys and you can hear me. So what would happen is that we would basically we would drive to Shelton every day. Or sorry, once a week we would drive to Shelton. I would make make my employer, which at the time was none because we were unemployed. So unemployment would actually send. I could do direct deposit, but I had them send my check to my house. So it would give me an excuse to drive to town. Yeah, I got room for one more. Come on in here. It would force me to drive the 38 miles to Shelton one day a week. And in that day we would do all of our grocery shopping. And a lot of times Nikki's family would host my family for dinner. So we would go over there and we'd play some card games. They would make dinner. They'd never ever asked us to bring anything. They always just helped support, and they'd love our kids. Well, you have to be my friends list. How are you not already on my friends list, Maddie? Well, I'm gonna cross my arms as best I can, angrily for you in my armor because I can't. It's the only thing. I'm big. The chief is big. I can't do it. All right, angrily. How are you not already on my friends list? This is a you thing. Are you are you in Nikki's? Are you on Nikki's profile or your own profile? Anyway, so we would go over to Nikki's house and we would have dinner, and on yours. Okay, well, hop in the Discord, send me a friends request. I will immediately accept it, and then you can join. That's all it takes. I can't believe you haven't friended me yet. Some people's kids, man. Some people's kids. It's a great image that you sent me on Xbox, by the way, Woofy. That's cool. So anyway, so we would go over there and we would eat with them, and that was cool. And we'd hang out and we'd do stuff. That's how we started working on the Star Trek cosplays. And so disappointed. That's right. That's how all of that happened. And didn't think you'd see it. The Pelican is crazy hard to drive and yeah, no, I got you. Well, you sent it to me, so I saw it. Are you sending me the thing or what, Maddie?
Sending you the thing where? I have you on my Xbox friends list. So
how come
I don't know what to send you.
You can't. Okay, send me a message then. Just send me a message in the Xbox thing.
It's not showing you online, but I can still do that.
Yes, this is so dumb. That might be the problem, is that you don't see me online. Because of this, I have to, like, you know, it's hard.
Come on, where'd you go?
It's hard. That's what it's hard. That's what she said.
Where are you?
I am J.S. Lund.
I know.
This is the way. Okay, so well, while you're figuring that out, I'll finish telling my story to the world.
Please do.
Yeah. So anyway, so all I'm saying is secret Spartan man. All I'm saying is that Thought train has departed. What were we talking about?
Going to Nikki's parents' house.
Oh yeah, so we just going. So that's how we started cosplaying Star Trek and stuff like that. That's basically how you get to this. That's like the origin of this, right? And yeah, it'd be like that. This is a long ass time ago. We were poor as shit. It was the one trip we would make every single week, and we would stop and we'd see my dad that day, and we'd stop and we'd see my sister and her kids that day. So we were like, hey, there you are. Wants to be friends. But how did you have me as a friend before? For sure.
I did.
Well, what the shit?
I don't know. Someone went through and cleared their list.
There's no way it's not me. It wasn't me. 100% was not me. Because I don't ever do that shit. Like, you could look at my friends list. It's got like 400 people that I don't even know on it. like, seriously, it's tough. Because, like, so many people play with me here. And so I have to, like, get with them. I love when a PC player plays with me because I can send them an invite through the Discord. So they don't have to be my friend. They just have to join the Discord. And I can send them an invite. And that's the best because then I don't have randoms just dumping into my party. And I feel bad when somebody's like, hey, I played with you one day. Will you be my friend on Xbox? You know, Xbox used to be like that. You'd be like, yeah, sure, I'll be your friend. Now it's like, no. We, like, tie so many real things into the Xbox life, like this now, like this gaming and streaming with you guys, that I literally cannot be, like, everybody's friend. Like, I mean, I am, but you know what I'm saying. Yes, I'm gonna be your friend, Krampus. I gave you hugs and smoked a cigar with you.
Yes.
Like, that was, like, mouth juices on that thing together. Like, we've gone beyond, right? That's a thing. Just saying.
Hi, TMI.
No, actually, keep going. It's just not getting interesting.
What do you mean TMI? It's not as bad as Hardbag and Robot Arm. One contributes to the other, by the way. Here's the problem. I put some thought into this Robot Arm concept there, Kevin. If you have a robot arm and it doesn't jerk your shit off, okay? You're only gonna feel that from one side. Right? Because you have a robot arm.
Wait. You're saying robot arms don't have sensors and probes that can
that
feel?
depends on what kind you get, man.
I'm saying that currently, right now, with the current technology, you ain't feeling shit. You just got a cold-ass Terminator arm on you.
No.
You're just fucking tossing your dice with it, and
you're not up to the current robotics, the discoveries in robotic technology, because they have robots that can feel and sense even more delicately than a human finger.
Okay, but how do you convert that into a sensory input that your brain will understand? So you're there you are going to town on yourself with your robot arm, and your robot arm is telling you that it tastes like peanut butter, and you're feeling it where you're at, and now I'm like, I don't know, man.
No, see, that's what Elon's working on with the neural link, you know. In fact, at one point you won't even need the robot arm.
Oh,
You'll just
jeez.
need to hit the button and get the same sensation. So it's like a press button thing. You could do it anytime you want.
I need to get the visor in this helmet. I need to get it in here already.
That's
The
why I
Neuralink
say,
will
like,
make you into a servitor. Okay. All right.
like you know, Cortana is plugged like directly into Master Chief's brain. You realize what she could be triggering all the time.
Oh, I understand. I am very well aware that she's plugged into his brain. Thank you.
Why do you think he misses her so much?
Jesus.
Tactical
Note to self, don't eat peanut butter at John's house. Nah, it ain't like that, Uncle Moto. It ain't like that. I'm just saying. What if it
No
was, I'm
American
just
Pie
trying
there.
to say, he said that the sensory would go to your brain. What if it's like, you saw RoboCop. He's like working in that guy's brain with the sensor and he's like, I taste peanut butter. It could be anything. You don't know. Ah. What? I'm glad that I got this helmet. I wish this helmet had a visor in it. I need to put, note to self, get the visor done in this helmet. Blushing in here. I hope you can't see it.
Peanut butter jelly.
Good God. Auto jack sequence initiated.
score more to win.
Did I tack us? Are we playing tack right now? Oh, we're playing fucking tack right now. I'm sorry. I lied to you. It was supposed to be arena. It's tack. Now you know.
It did tell us when we joined the map.
Yeah, I fucking wasn't paying attention. I lost the plot. I was thinking about something else.
Gain the lead.
That means I have to play this match different because it's tack, and I fucking hate this map.
I'll be.
Critical says they're dead.
That's a Halo 3 map.
Yes.
It is. I've always argued that this map was not fair
Double kill.
to the people who spawn on the bottom. Don't push them. Whatever you do, don't push them. We don't want to flip spawns. We want to just keep them
Hey,
down.
already spawned down here. We're spawning down here. We already flipped.
Damn it.
We're out of the base.
Somebody pushed him too far.
You lost the lead.
You were distracted by peanut butter. Oh, and they took the ghost away, so you can't get the ghost at the bottom, which is like the only savior.
That one there.
Otherwise.
Gain the lead.
Oh, these stupid dogs.
Lead.
Back at bottom hill spawn, 2 of them.
Roger. Hey, that's cool, Krampus. No!
No need to tune that spread. Gain the lead.
One. I see him through. I heard hit sounds, but no hit marker.
Cave entrance. Oh, got him. Don't look behind the rock
Still
there.
2 there. I got a double. I'm down.
LB, come here, bud. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I mean, fuck! I'm dead. Busy thinking about your GIF? No, I'm not thinking about my GIF. Mm-mm.
I think I may have slipped. I don't see anyone down there.
I just spawned in the back of the base, so they're definitely spawning down there somewhere.
Okay. Okay. Up on our left.
On our left, yep. He definitely shot me in my ass.
I came up and hit you.
Your wife says give the dog a kiss for me, Maddie. Who opened the fucking gate?
Will do after he's done sitting on my foot trying to eat my toes with his asshole.
Damn it. But what is going on? We're up one. Shice. Oh, thanks for the save.
Right
you just saved
right
me.
You, right in front of you. Your left.
On my left, Roger. I'm going to the green cave. I'm not pushing. Actually, fallen back a little bit because
they're in the base. I think it's respawn flipped.
Flip spawns, Roger. I'm in red cave.
Oh no, I'm still in the base.
I'm in.
They're over by Wolfie and Halo Collector last I saw.
Roger. One there.
On me,
Oh shit, one on me, left side, at base stairs. Damn town.
Yeah, got me down on the hill now.
1,169 follows on Twitch right now. 69, that's a pretty good number. I'm dead, one on my X.
Oh shit.
Lost the lead.
In the base, center of the base, going up the tower.
Mama says hi, Elby.
Up tower, Roger. Center base, up tower.
Oh.
Oh, somebody got shit on just now. Where are you at?
Lower base, bunker. Oh, side hill. You're welcome.
Bunker, huh? Oh yeah, bunker.
Bunker's down.
I'm in the base. Guess who's back? Back again. John is back.
Gained the lead.
Some ham.
Tell your friends.
That too.
5 minutes remaining.
Haha. Turned on the Craig. You know, there's a button in there. It turns on a light on the wall, and it's Craig's face
Nice.
in that blue room. Yeah. It doesn't do a damn thing, but it's still fun. Teammate is down outside. Get coiled, you piece of shit.
Left side. Going through the green cave.
I got no eyes. I can't do SWAT. I'm so bad I am screaming. Well, don't scream. Just breathe.
On me, on me.
You gotta be like a pilot on U1, Roger. You gotta be like a pilot. You just gotta, you know.
Left of the base, left of the base.
Left of the base, Roger.
Jesus
Fucking
Christ.
Jesus. He's down. You know we're winning. Just breathe. Just take a page out of, what's her name? Faith Hill. Just breathe.
Green cave getting shot at.
Yeah, he's dead.
Nope.
Now drink your drink.
Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, well.
On me.
Oh, I'm dead. One on me. Hey, Zero, how are you?
Beach. Oh.
Oh, yeah, he's right there in the big cave. You're some of the best folks that we have ever met, Krampus. He's one here. Jump again, big. There's two up there now. I fucking hate that I can't shoot up the hill and kill them. I'm good. One inside the pillbox. We're down 3 now?
Tower.
Still one up there? 2 up there still. Still there?
Fine, I don't.
Fuck. Mediocre at best. No. Hey, we won. Yay.
Me, I went 25-9.
Nice job, Kevin.
And my accuracy was only 26%.
That's funny. Oh, oh. I cannot wait for this to become lighter.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's here. Ooh woo. Ooh woo. All of the ooh woos. That was not an ooh woo, Kevin. What was that?
That wasn't Kevin.
That wasn't a Kevin. Okay, well, I thought that was Kevin. Whoa. We don't want to play this again. We want to change the mode. What?
But I like that one.
You like Tax Slayer? Well, I want Arena Legacy Slayer.
That was someone finishing in their pants.
So that storm that never came.
You're right. It did blow hard here last night, and it did rain hard, but there were no lightning strikes. As a matter of fact, my baseball team was giving me a hard
thunder
time
shook
about
our
it.
house. Thunder was shaking our house.
Was that
was about
thunder shaking your house, Maddie, or was that something else shaking your house?
I don't do that with other people around. I try to be a nice gentleman.
I mean, I will find a crack in the floor of your house, and I will bare ass sit on that motherfucker and just rip hard ass on that for everybody to hear it. I'm just saying. These are one of the things that...
I mean, you can if you want to. We can have some ass wars all you want, and you'll leave crying and puking. Forewarned.
We are having some entertaining times here right now.
You're welcome. We have entered. We've entered an odd place. We've entered the Twilight Zone. Sorry, I knocked over something over here. I fixed it. It's all better. It's all better. Hey, look, just in time. Hey, we're on the right. We're on the right mode now.
I guess.
We can go back to TAC if you really want to, but if we play enough TAC, I'm going to switch us to TAC ranked. And I don't know if that's what we want to do. Is that what you really want to do today?
Never played a ranked game in Halo before.
Oh, Jesus.
Ooh-wee.
We can't take you then. Never mind. We can't go. He's not ready.
I'm always ready.
No, you haven't qualified is what I mean.
Oh.
Old school simplicity. More kills, more better. SRS 99 anti-materialism rifle of
One down.
off the rack. I'm really done.
Fuck. Yep. Feels bad, man. Don't push the sniper. Oh, their sniper has overshield. Their sniper has the overshield.
I'll break it.
Who's that? Coming up at you, John.
I'm down. Yeah, he got me. I heard you, but I wasn't ready. Make this guy make me a mod one day. You know, you're here every day. I could literally do that. I would be more than happy to do that.
Oh no, I flew out of bounds. Oh my god.
How could you do that to us, Kevin?
Grenades obtained.
Did you get, like, zapped?
Sniper tower. Other one.
You are so much better than them. S7 sniper here.
No.
I can't believe... There's still one more there. I can't believe I didn't ninja that asshole. I mean, you're here every day during the stream. It would make sense. I mean, I have a couple other mods that are here sometimes, but one of my mods was Ian, and he doesn't come around. Extra rooms in the Discord for things like other games, clips, and non-Halo art. Yeah, put it in the notes to John if you can still find it. Or server suggestions. Guy just got it in his face. I'm pushing the sniper over here.
They got rockets
Of course they do.
by transporter.
Oh shit.
Power weapons.
Coming up behind you guys.
Power weapons available. Send them straight to heaven.
Fucking bitch, get that. I'm dead.
The rack. Not bad. For a tank wearing augmented omen of death.
Sniper tower.
Wolfie. Thank you, Wolfie. Well, you can hear me, but thank you anyway. Holy shit.
Here with rockets. I didn't think they had rockets.
Where are they?
God damn jumpers.
Power items incoming.
Oh, I fell.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. I didn't have to announce it. I did it because I thought it was lulz.
We got power items in play.
I got overshield and sniper rifle.
Spanker coming through.
Where's he at?
For Banshee.
Banshee, Roger.
Oh shit, he got Banshee.
Banshee's down.
Oh my.
That's what happens when you get a competent sniper.
Better than them.
Here's another one over here. Banshee's weak. One down here.
Cock smoker.
Rockets down me.
Rockets at you.
Rockets down.
Oh, one on my ex. I would assume that they probably have 2 rounds left in that sniper rifle.
How many does it come with? 4 or 8?
Yeah, but I used I think all of them.
But
I was just curious though. Does it come
I
with 4 or 8?
traded in the
Pick it
middle.
up.
It comes to 8. 8.
Okay.
Comes in bundles of 4.
main tower. Main tower.
So do you play the Master Chief Collection or just Infinite?
Sometimes I'll play the other one. Mostly I play this. I play the other one with Mike. Oh, hey, piece of candy. I got 2 bullets left in a sniper rifle. Did they just left me? Oh, that was a bum shot.
It's up in 15.
Rockets in 15. Roger, you going for him?
No, no. I'm at overshield.
You're at OV, Roger.
And the guy just tried to drop down on me.
Oh, I'm dead. One at plate at dish. Satellite dish. Just need 20 more. 15 more. Okay, sweet.
Rockets are up.
Thanks, buddy.
Cocksucker. You little bitch.
Where?
Sniper tower.
Snipe, Roger.
Stand behind me.
Oh, fuck!
Banshee, okay.
I'm dead. They got all of the sniper rounds. You and the Banshee again, Kevin?
No, no, they got me out. I tried to get rockets.
Oh, I almost stole that son of a bitch.
Oh, I almost outplayed him, but I died. Banshee's out of it. I think
Sniper here on my feet.
I think our teammate
You don't
died.
want
I'm
it?
on the way. Yeah, if you want to pick it and then drop it again, I'll come to you. Oh, fuck, I'm getting chipped. Got it. I got... 2 here on me at that sniper now. I'm dead. Kevin's carrying us right now.
12.
Rockets in 10, I see it. I'm gonna go there. I'm trying to get there.
I'm right there.
Okay, good. Good. OV in 2.
Power items available.
I can't hide. It's okay, buddy.
Rocket's down in the center. He's weak. He's weak.
3 to win. Wow. Feels bad, man. 1 to win.
He stole the man.
You can't.
The final kill was a theft.
Nice.
Nicely done.
Nice job, Kevin.
I pulled him out of the Banshee. He died. That should be a medal.
Yeah, that was funny. Love it. I love it. Play. Doing all right over there, Woofy?
Is Woofy in with us?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Just not
Hey,
talking.
we got to get 15 more people here. How are we gonna do that? We need to share it on social, right?
Yeah. Yep.
What if we tell them we have pie and punch?
Well, whatever. Just get the eyes in.
All right. I need to go back to firefight. Getting too intense for you? I won't drag you into ranked with us. I wouldn't do that to you. All right. Thank you, sir. Mm-hmm. That's perfect, Woofy. Thanks for playing a match. We'll get you a firefighter 2 in, okay? At some point.
Firefight.
Sounds like Maddie's more into the firefight too.
I played a lot of Halo back in the day with one of my best friends, to the point where before Ventrilo, he and I would call each other and then play. So the last thing we really got down on before, you know, we went our own life ways was Reach and Firefight. Lots of Firefight. That's what I was asking, if you played the Master Chief Collection. Because the Halo PC maps are on there. And they're fine.
Oh yeah, we also last year on the 24-hour stream, we just got to lower this heart rate. You can see mine. Mine's there for you. You can watch my heart the whole stream right underneath my face. God, Ventrilo, that takes me back. And
it was before Ventrilo.
What was the other one?
Yeah.
ICQ?
I used TeamSpeak.
Yep. God damn, he is dying over there.
Beaver Canyon?
Yep, that's right. We're going deep into the moist canyon walls to battle it out with other Spartans.
An old map.
In the Beaver Creek. It's very upsetting to me. I want to play, I want to be a part of it, and it's too much for me. It's okay, you got to build up endurance, right? The only thing you can do is, like, teach yourself to be,
Kroger shield.
Roger, I'm at Snipes.
They're going to the right, up the hill.
They got...
All there. Wow, they all went up there together. That was...
Yes, they did.
Rockets.
They're all holding dicks.
One with needles right side. Dead. Oh, woofy. That's a bummer. I don't know what the moderator said. I'm sorry, I can't see it.
It's like a 45 that shoots hot nails.
Oh, BS.
Hey, thanks for the follow. Possible Paradox. Welcome to the Awesome. How are you today?
Sweet Odin's beard. They are a family.
Oh, shit. Hey, thanks for the Awesome. Thanks for following. Welcome to the Awesome, Ransom43. Two here. Back a blue base. Hey, I'm from Twitter. Oh, shit. Welcome. Thanks for stopping by. We're just playing some Halo.
Spike obtained.
Yeah, if
One here.
anybody's on says they're from Twitter, I'll drop them a message with Oreo skin.
Oh wow, that's cool.
But I'm playing right now, so
Down 2 in the middle. Hey, Spyful117, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the awesome. Holy cow. Picking up some
center,
steam.
center,
Huh?
center.
Center, Roger.
Big boys.
3 of
left
them.
Here.
One here, red base, red base.
Rockets are in, rockets are in. Got him.
Overshield available.
28 camo, overshield is up.
Shield.
Oh, rockets are out, but I got a double kill.
BXR.
You said all used, all out?
All out, all out.
Roger.
Someone get invisibility.
Working on it.
Active camo available.
That in
Oh
the
fuck,
cave.
one on me, one on me. 2 on me.
Top of base.
Top of red base, Roger.
No freaking way.
Yep, it happens.
Not much left of it.
One cave going to you, Lund.
Coming to me, Roger.
S7 available.
Hey, thanks for the follow, D-Man Walking. How are you today? Welcome to the awesome.
2 in cave.
2 in the cave, which one?
On me, my ex.
Yellow cave, or orange cave, Roger. I'm behind blue.
One's coming in, trying to get.
Trying to get what?
Ah.
Behind red?
Okay,
Spanker in 27. One
they're
here.
coming in. They're coming in invisibility.
That was
Center,
low,
center, center.
that was low-key poggers. You carried the bomb to him. I'm sorry I stuck you. I'm down 2 in front of blue base.
Spanker inbound.
Anchor inbound.
Weak invis.
It's like a
Invisible and weak where?
hot nails.
Invis.
Spanker available.
The location. I'm sorry.
Overshield inbound.
Ooh.
Hope they had good.
I'm down 2 rockets on my X in front. Between rocks now.
All right. I might be asking a stupid question.
Active camo.
How do I activate my OV?
Right
Alright,
bumper.
okay.
Right bumper.
Yep.
Thanks for the follow. Johnny Flames, how are you today? I got... Oh, get dicked, dumb bitch. Oh, I'm out of rocks. I'm out of rocks. 2 on my X, Middle Creek. Kevin is bringing out the population, bringing in the population. Who said Halo is dead, right?
It's like a 45 that shoots hot nails.
No eyes.
Shit.
2 on me. Side
2
of
Roger,
red.
2 Roger, red side, red left
One
side.
of them
Hi, how's
got
it going?
invis.
You are so much better than them.
I don't know. I didn't ever see him. Ransom, thank you. How's it going, Ransom? Here with you. Here with you. Invis at the rocks in the middle of the creek.
I fired up the rocket. 2 at rocket ramp.
2 on ramp, Roger.
Ooh, thanks for that assist.
Nice shot.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
One sitting on rocket.
2 red. 1 an arch. 1 on bottom arch. 3 at bottom arch now.
Almost fucking got him. One's got OV.
Victory. Big gun
10 to win.
the funds are a-coming.
Traded at the base of blue cave.
Rockets up.
Green
Rockets
cave.
up.
Rockets are up, Roger. So sniper.
Overshield inbound.
Oh, that was ugly.
No eyes.
Overshield available.
I'm down.
Did you, Jonathan? Oh.
They've got OV. They've got OV. 1 on top of blue base. 2 inside of OV cave. I got 1 in the middle of creek. 1 in top of blue base still.
Active camo available.
Overshield is broken now. They're just standard dudes now. Just regular dudes. They do have rockets, though. One on top of blue base still. One pushing rocks here. He's down. Funnel it out, back it out, back it out. Kevin, you're invisible. Flank him.
5 minutes remaining.
Rocket got me. Side of blue, side.
Which
Right
side
in
of
front
blue? Oh, one on my X, between the rocks.
Oh, there's 2 of them.
One to lose.
One to win. Tie.
Oh, damn it. I couldn't pull it off.
It's alright, it happens.
That one felt a little bit better.
Here on Twitter, can I get some Oreos? Acuanus, thank you for stopping by and being awesome with us. How are you today? Thanks for the follow. Yeah, you got a bunch of people from Twitter dropping in hot for you here, Kevin.
Hi, James.
How many viewers do we have?
What do we got? What do we got of viewers right now? I got 39 viewers right at the moment.
39.
39. We got 6 on YouTube, it looks like.
Yeah, one of those.
Although it says, what's this say? 0? It says 0 on the tracker. 10 more and we have a sub giveaway. Jesus, look at this. Oh, I should probably... Let's see. That last match I was even, by the way.
Are you guys full?
We are we a full stack? No, we got 3 right in the moment.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
4 in the Discord, so I was
Guys, if you want your Oreos, you got to turn on your whispers. I'm trying to whisper people and they're blocked. So, Acuanus, you need to unblock your whispers.
There you go. There you go, Nikki. I think I figured it out. I did a thing. Now I'm not sure how to close the little window where I did the thing at, but I did a thing. How do I? How do I close this window now? Oh, okay, got it. I figured out how to close it. Did you get that? You see the thing? You got a thing now. I did the thing. Okay, here we go. We're going.
Where are we going?
Into battle. Feet first into hell, like ODSTs. He says, Acuanus says, how do I do that? I have all the powers, ma ha 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 ha. With great power comes great responsibility.
You want to know what I was just informed?
Oh, someone messed up and gave Nikki the power.
My armor looks cool. Which armor? The white armor I'm wearing? In the game, or the armor that I wear when I play games sometimes? I came feet first into this world. That sounds tough. You're not supposed to be born feet first. You're supposed to be born head first.
Well, I was. There's no changing that anymore.
Oh, dear God, your poor mother's vagina.
Oh, man.
You guys do not understand. I was so small that I had to be dressed in those small doll clothes. I was that small when I was born.
Okay, so still picture
you gotta open up your Twitter, your
like no.
Ransom. You gotta open up your whispers. Smoke Paradox, you gotta open up your whisper to be able to get your code.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my everybody, back at the Beaver Bastion, yeah.
Sweet, unblocked the whispers, he says.
Sweet home.
No, it's cool, Woofy. It's cool that you got auto-modded. I just don't know what you said, which makes me the big sad, because I don't know what you said. And I have gone in and made the modder, like, less aggressive, but I don't want to turn it all the way off. Because I'm trying to keep people from auto-posting links to, like...
I got Obi.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm serious.
No, I wasn't talking about you.
I haven't.
Invis and Invis cave.
Rockets in orange. Rockets in orange with sniper. On the ground, I should say. I died over there. Do I redeem in waypoint? I believe it's on waypoint.
Red.
Traded in the cave. Still rockets. Still sniper. Red cave. Red cave.
Red.
You're dead, Roger.
They have Spanker. There's 2 shots left.
Oh, motherfucker. They're weak, too. Weak.
Got him.
It's like a 45 that shoots hot nails. Double kill.
One underneath me in the Obi cave.
Front red.
Rockets and Ovi. He's head up. There's nope. He's going back of blue.
Back of blue.
God damn it. Should have got target fixated.
He's back of
on
blue.
that guy.
Super weak.
Back of blue, Roger.
He just went through portal. Out of red, right side.
Bitch.
It's up in 12. Over shield in 10.
Over shield in 10, Roger.
Please excuse me while I
Overshield inbound.
whip my new combo.
One on top at Rocket's weak. He tried to give me the ninja, but he did not succeed.
Active camo available.
Ovi I got.
Halo Collector just wrecking it with the rockets.
Do an Ovi cave.
Burn, baby, burn.
Front blue.
Inbound.
Front of blue, Roger.
2 of them.
2, Roger.
Spike grenade
2 inside blue. Right inside
One
blue.
weak sniper spawn.
Weak. Inside front of blue. Weak.
I got sniper. 2 back of blue.
Yep, I got shots into sniper.
Blue's down. Where's sniper at?
Right here on me. On me.
Okay, okay.
Rocket ramp. Rocket ramp.
S7 sniper in
Fucking
my
look at
hands.
that. 7 bullets.
Hands.
They're behind blue. Behind blue. Behind blue.
Halfway to
In this mode, the grenades go through the teleporter. They go through.
Oh, no
Rockets
shit.
up. Rockets W up.
Yeah, it's a product of Halo Infinite. A lot of people don't know about it. Guy's
They
dead.
have rockets. They have rockets.
They got rockets, Roger. Rockets just hosed me. I'm down behind blue base. Sniper on me.
overshield inbound.
Overshield. They're gonna get overshield. Weak. Weak.
Plays it Ovi, Roger.
I've got an overshield.
Please tell me I stuck that asshole. No, I didn't, but there's 2 weak there.
Oh, rocket.
Got 2 of us.
Base.
Got 2 of us.
He's only going for 1. Got a bonus kill with me. Bastard.
Have the new noob combo, you bitch. Traded. I took 2 down with 1 life.
Red in front, red.
Red front, Roger. Red grenade going in the front door. I'm going into the basement.
Yep.
2 there, 2 there. 1 down.
Oh,
One here.
Weak on me, on my body.
Rocket ramp weak.
Roof of red.
2 there, 2 there, 2 there. I'm down. Traded with 1.
Rockets up in 10.
Power weapons en route. Power weapons are here.
God damn it. 3 on the ramp with rocks. They wasted at least 2 on me.
Active camo inbound.
Camo's up.
I'm going for
Sniper's
OV.
up.
I got OV.
I got sniper.
Active
Behind you with sniper.
Invis. There's Invis weak in Invis.
Rockets are weak. Rockets are weak out front. I can't believe I didn't kill him. I still had full shield.
It's like a 45 that shoots hot nails.
They're outside the middle of the creek. Outside the middle. 1 rocket still remaining in the rocketeer.
5 minutes remaining.
Fucking heat wave down here.
Blue,
One
left
outside
side.
of
Blue, left side.
Blue roof. Just coiled me. Sniper my ex. Blue roof. One basement red weak.
Sniper.
Oh, I'm down. 2 to win.
Yep. Sniper, 1 and sniper.
Damn it, now I'm negative.
Spanker available.
2 to win.
I'm down. 1 on my X, 2 on my X. 1 to win, 1 to win.
Rockets in the OV cave.
Camo inbound. Overshield available. Victory.
Nice win, boys. Nice win.
GG.
Mm-hmm.
Got some of these messages for people.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to reboot my coffee and use the restroom one more time before the stream goes to end. So give me a minute. I'll be right back.
He's not going to the restroom. He's going into the house, and he's going to grab Mr. Peanut by the rear. And
Shoot you
I'll
a
let-
code. You can redeem it on Halo Waypoint. Ransom, D-Man, y'all got codes. You honest, you got your code sent. They're all redeemable from Halo Waypoint. You just click on your profile account and then click redeem code. So the top right is your profile account on the website.
I
Your picture.
return.
You click on the circle of your account picture. You go down to drops and code redemption on Halo Waypoint.
What about the Spartan restroom? What am I missing here? Something about the Spartan restroom? What did you say? What'd you say behind my back, Jimmy?
Smells like Jif.
Oh, back to the peanut butter, huh?
I just gotta know, is it crunchy or creamy?
Oh, Jesus. Well, it's not Jif. My wife is a vegan, so she doesn't like a lot of stuff with extra oil, so she gets, the great thing about our local Fred Meyer is you can actually grab, they have like a stand of, they're like clear tubes full of like pistachios or cashews or peanuts or
sunflower butter. Have you ever had sunflower butter?
I have never had sunflower butter, no.
Gotta get there, man. It's as a baseball guy, I'm sure you've had sunflowers. So
I do. I love sunflower seeds. Heck yeah. Never had sunflower butter before. Hey, you know what? We'll keep pushing. We'll keep pushing for the average viewers. Our average viewer goal to become a partner with Twitch is 75. That's what the goal is for officially. That's the next goal that we have to break. Once we do that, we become. We have to sustain that for 3 days in a 30-day period to become partnered. We have to have 75 average viewers for 3 consecutive days or 3 days in a 30-day period. It's tough. I'm grateful that I get 30 of you to come and watch me, if I'm honest. So there's that. But yeah, sunflower seeds and sunflower butter. You guys ready? Here we go.
Yep.
Today's Thursday, which means we're gonna get a little bit of ranked tactical with Mike. That's at Foamforge Cosplay. Oh, mother of Jesus. At Foamforge Cosplay this evening. That's gonna be cool.
Hopefully, I'll be back in time for that.
Yeah, it'll be some ranked until, can you guys hear me okay? I stepped outside for a second because Spartan John stepped in a landmine on the way back. Alright, anyway, yeah, we'll we'll be playing a little bit with him until he picks up with his buddy Phil, is usually how that goes. And then we get, we don't get picked after that. Not cause I'm not saying anything bad. I'm just saying we're not the favorite when Phil gets here.
Slayer.
What map is it? I can't see.
Ascension.
You spawn big tower. I'm gonna head down the OV ramp towards the,
I has returned.
Banshee.
I got the offensive smells out of the,
Yeah, I'm gonna grab electro grenades.
I'm going for a sniper.
I'm going for a good time.
No eyes on their
Lovied.
sniper. They definitely got the sniper, but there's no eyes.
Yeah, they're coming after me at the Banshee. They're rocks. One rocks.
Plasma grenades obtained.
Did you finish?
Rocks are still up.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Oh, I got sniped from somewhere. I'm not sure where.
Got him.
Get the Banshee arm. Get the guy. He's weak.
SRS 99 S7 anti-materialism.
Where is he?
Oh, they got mad at me. Banshee's down. 1 dish, 2 dish. 1 rocks. Dish is weak. One behind us. Weak. Nope. Going upstairs, John. He knows you're coming. Still chasing.
Yep. Nothing I can do about it. I ran out of grenades. I got outplayed. He was on me. Okay, I got him back.
5 to OV, I'm pushing it.
Power items available. Gain the lead.
Earned OV.
Nice job.
1 dish.
Where are they?
No eyes.
Dish. 1 on me.
Yeah, dish towards big tower.
1's right in front of big tower on the ramp. I spawned rocks. Short tower. 1 here.
Come on, John. Play better.
Power weapons are on the way.
Shotgun.
Shotgun, Roger.
Banshee's up.
Somebody go get the Banshee. They're all pinned at small tower.
Pushing it right now.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Shotgun above shotgun.
Fuck, 1 on my X.
Dead.
Critical says they're dead. Power items on the way, Spartan.
Pushing for that OV.
Halfway to victory.
And I got it.
Go get it.
And I'm out with it. And I got the sniper rifle.
You on radar?
Oh, rockets down the center. Dish, dish.
Dish center, Roger.
Yep, they got me with the rockets.
Double kill.
He went rocks. 2 out there on that ping.
One. Never mind, he's dead.
Weak
One
dish,
here.
weak.
A weak dish.
Killing spree.
Don't peek me, you dumb bitch. No eyes.
I'm really proud.
Short tower.
Short tower, Roger. Still no eyes. 1 on my X. Just killed me from the side. I don't know how he got all the way to me, but he did.
Okay, he ninja'd me somehow.
I'm at tiny tower.
Despite me looking right at his dick when I meleeed. He's big tower still. Middle floor.
Wow, okay. 1 on my X still.
One of my X. Headed
down.
towards Banshee spawn.
I'm toward Banshee, Roger. Snipes in 20. OV in 26. Sorry, 26.
Dish.
Powerful stuff coming from who knows where.
Remote detonation. The fuck is that?
Power items available.
One of my ex-sniper.
Sniper on your X-Predator.
He's not picking it up. Short tower 3.
Aim small, miss small.
Short tower broken.
Banshee spawn and rocks.
No eyes, tiny tower. No eyes. Banshee spawn, Roger. Rocks, Roger.
2 just crested the hill as a dish, coming from rocks. Another one over there. Good shot, John. Rocks in front of short tower, short tower.
Small tower, Roger.
5 minutes remaining.
One to win. One to win.
2 easy.
There it is, John.
1 to win. 2 easy. Damn it, Kevin. You outslayed me. It's time for me to hit my EOD meaning. Stay awesome. Okay. Explosive ordnance destruction meaning. Okay. I didn't know that your wife dealt with explosives, Maddie.
Well, we weren't supposed to tell a lot of people, but you know.
EOD, huh?
She's good at making things explode.
It says it's Bazinga. Fuck.
38% accuracy, 1810.
Nice job, Kevin.
What is a remote detonation? Kill an enemy by shooting a grenade. Huh? Okay, cool. Is that like out of their hand or right in front of them?
Off
So you
of
gotta
their
kill someone that
chest,
has a grenade.
off of the ground, out of their hand. There's a bunch of times you have an opportunity to shoot and detonate a grenade. It's just, are you good enough to do it? I've been lucky enough.
Shoot a coil.
The best
Sorry.
chance to do it is with an electric charged weapon.
I did it with a battle rifle.
That'll work too.
Didn't know I was doing it.
Yeah, this
I'll
is
take it.
just good shit. That's fun when they just explode for no reason and you're confused why. I experience that joy in RoboCop daily. Like,
Nice.
you just shooting the dudes, and like now it's to the point where like I figured out, Kevin, I got that chip at maximum damage right now. Like, there's only like one stat that's short of maximum for the gun, and it's like maybe 10% short. It's so bad now, if you shoot it into a crowd of enemies, like, they all lose a limb immediately and just start bleeding everywhere. One of them might explode, and if he explodes and destroys other dudes with his exploding body parts. Dude, that RoboCop game was worth every penny of $10 I paid for it. Like, I probably got 30 hours of joy out of that already. Like, ask Kevin. He come in here every night for 2 weeks, and about an hour a night, I'm just playing RoboCop. He's like, what are you doing? It's blasting enemies in RoboCop. It's so nice. Ugh. It almost makes me want to build a RoboCop suit.
Slayer.
Canopy.
Canopy.
The problem is that Peter Weller has such a great deep voice that I could never ever be. I couldn't do it.
Excuse me, sorry. Eat good.
You ready to get your ass kicked at hockey yet, Jimmy?
Dude, I wanted to play last night.
Oh, what happened last night?
I had to work.
Oh, yeah, that too.
They're under us.
Oh, I just fell. I just fell to my damn death. Yeah, it was
There's
great.
4 of them.
Spartan John had one of those moments. That guy tasted oblivion.
Poor guy
there?
in the room with me. I know you're over there.
Gained the lead.
Sword guy got me anyway, even though I fucking noob comboed and shot him 3 times. He's still in that room back there. Dirtbag.
You guys realize that you're stuck in here with me, right?
Sword on me.
Sword
in middle room.
Okay. I guess they decided they didn't want to find out anymore.
Get both of them in here. Nope, sword guy's still in here. I'm gonna back a BR tower. Got me again?
Where is he?
Back a BR tower. I put 3 freaking mags in him and he's still not dead.
Are you shooting a guy or a rock? Because I've been just fucking around in that zone until I just died, and I didn't see a single nother soul besides the 3 that I killed.
Dude dancing around in the fucking middle?
He didn't get... I didn't stick him? Really? Alright.
Oh, sniper down.
0-3, and the sword guy has killed me twice, and I don't understand why he won't die.
Don't push him.
I'm not.
Oh, okay.
He's like running past you guys and finding me. I'm like, what are you doing?
He's wearing Rosie's outfit. He's mocking you. He's wearing your outfit. He's got your pants on.
Must be. He's got my pants. Oh yeah, that tracks.
I will BR peek the fuck out of you, stupid bitch. God damn it. There's 2 weak up at the top there if you guys can get to him. Are you guys ready for the Mariners to be playing tonight? I am so ready for the Mariners to start playing. You're a fan of Minnesota, aren't you? Aren't you, Jimmy?
No.
You're not a Minnesota fan? What's your baseball team?
Sniper's down.
Come right here.
Who?
I don't have a baseball team.
No baseball team?
No, I don't root for the Twins.
Freaking sniper.
Minnesota. No, you're a Boston fan for hockey, right?
Oh, no, God, no.
No, that's right. You're Wild fan. Wild fan. Is that right?
Are you trying to offend me? Sniper got me in the
I'm
long
just trying to
haul.
remember. I'm sorry. I can't remember.
Penguins, man.
Penguins. Oh, you and Penn's Halo are Penguins fans. That's right. You met Penn's, right?
Yeah, I met him.
Okay.
2 my X down in the middle. 1 left down there, still weak.
That's
Pushing
right.
man left.
Penguins.
Mother. 2 of them.
Well, you guys had not great season this year either.
Yeah, well.
Porter
To be
room,
fair,
Porter
the
room.
only
Yeah.
saving grace we ever had to winning the cup was our goaltender, and Vegas stole him in the draft, so.
Dashy! Yeah, that's right. Mariners and Athletics, 7 p.m. tonight. I don't know what time that is for you guys.
So who's your second favorite farm team?
Fuck you, Maddie. No, I'm just
Oh, that's what it is. I don't have connection.
farm team. No, my
Hey, it's the fact that you knew what I was talking about kind of says it all.
Yeah, you can pound sand on that one, buddy. I made my prediction at the beginning of the day today that we're gonna win 90 games, I think, and we're still not gonna make the playoffs, or we're gonna be a wild card.
We're down in the bottom mid.
I always hope
give
for
you
the
one
best
guess.
first, but I never hope to hold my breath.
I think it's really unfortunate because we're gonna be we were up 10 games.
Sniper.
Yep, Sniper Roger.
I was following last year and I was really excited, and then mid-season hit and then the Mariners happened.
Yeah, we were up 10 games in June.
I know, and then we like shit ourselves.
And then by the end
I
of
don't-
June,
I
we
don't
were
get it.
down. Like, yeah, it was terrible.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Like again, I hope the best for the team, but I don't.
Sniper's still in the sniper tower. Now he has the sword too.
Fuck, I didn't trade with
People
it.
used to be with the Seahawks.
It's Rosie, baby. It's Rosie. 3 a.m. for you. You gonna try to get up and watch it, Dashy? I think George Kirby is starting tonight, they said. I lost that fight? Wow.
I only got an assist for that.
We're getting hosed this game, boys.
You guys are chatting too much.
Yeah, all that Mariners talk.
Well, you know,
You
gotta play the part too, I guess.
Hey, you gotta rep what you love. I fell with the shotgun. Now no one gets it.
1 week, my ex, bottom of B or sniper tower.
I'm with you, Kevin.
He's hiding like a little bitch.
One there behind you. Thank you. I'm dead. I got chipped from the right side. From man cannon.
Power weapon available.
Power weapons available. I'm dead. I'm dead. Playing terrible this match. I'm playing terrible. I gotta slow down.
5 and 10, bro.
No eyes, no eyes, no eyes. One here, he's dead.
There you go, last death.
Fuck.
I had 18 deaths, man.
Dude was 25 and 3. The guy that killed me 6 times with a fucking sword, and I could have called out his mother's middle name and you still wouldn't have found him. I watched him literally walk past 2 of you, or 2 of you walk past him as he was going the other way, and I'm like, what?
I got nothing, man. I did not see him. You were bitching about him in the top of the tower, and I went in and exterminated all 3 dudes that I could find. And I never saw him in the whole time that you were bitching
and
about
I
getting
passed
killed.
you going up the ramp to the top of the tower, and you're like, tower's clear. I get to the top of the ramp, he's hiding next to the coil, and she shanks me, and I'm like, what the fuck?
I had just been there. Go watch the feed. I was there. There was nobody. I don't know.
Let me see.
You had one
KDA,
job, John. I said you have to kill one guy.
4-0, and then the rest of you is -6-0, -5-0, -9.7.
Listen, Kevin, we can't all take the flag back to the other base together, all right? Well, sometimes we can, but, you know.
This game made up for that.
Boy, I'll be.
No more speak of that.
It's clipped. It's forever cemented in modernity. It's gonna be a clip soon on the TikTok.
I'm not taking any grief from the guy on our team with no assists. Okay, this is a team game. You didn't help any of us.
Who had no assists?
Mr. 4.0 KD didn't help anybody.
He didn't assist anybody. Wow. And here I was at 40% plus drop, and I was negative. I have everybody says that my shot drop needs to be higher than 40% as I continue to compete and grow competitively. But I have noticed a direct correlation in my shot percentage versus the kills that I get. And I promise you that if I am less than 40%, my kills are higher. If I'm more than 40%, my kills are less. And I can't figure out why. I mean, besides you're missing 100% of the shots you don't take. Go ahead.
Is this like Battlefield at all? Does it have any sort of bullet drop off? Or is it all just kind of like a straight shooter? Like distance wise, like.
I mean, the Mangler has a bullet that sort of curves somewhat. Like every bullet has every gun has its own mechanic.
But can I like basically headshot a guy from across Blood Gulch if I had to? Like using that as just an example.
Yeah, I mean,
like, or
some guns
shooting, like maybe to a halfway point where the teleporter drops off.
I mean,
depending on the weapon.
Yeah, some guns do, and they do act differently. Some of the guns.
Imagine most kinetic weapons have the longest distance, other than like your snipes.
Yeah, I mean, The sniper obviously goes a long ways.
Even the energy sniper is going to do the same thing, but
yeah, I mean, I would say that the sandbox is pretty similar to the other Halo games that you've played, unless you've played 4 and 5 only.
Ew, no.
And if you've played 4 and 5 only, then this is a completely different sandbox. This feels more like home to me. This is closer to the traditional Halo games.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. But I
I
would...
was wondering if they had any change because of, like, the whole grenades and the teleporter thing earlier you were talking about. So I was wondering if there were little things.
They're
like that.
little tiny things that happen because of the way the game is coded, right? So it's only the forge maps where you can throw the grenades through the teleporter. All of the forge maps. Okay. Like in the regular maps that regular Halo maps that aren't forged, you can't you can't throw anything through the teleporter. It doesn't work that way. But because of the way Forge works, you just chuck your grenades through and it go right through the other side.
So you could technically throw one of those battery packs through there, or whatever they're called, right?
A coil?
Yeah.
I've never tried to throw a coil through a teleporter before.
That'd be fun.
Well, in any case, that's what I would say is that you can definitely throw grenades through them in this mode.
Wonderful.
But yeah, it's like Oakham told me. Oakham shared this really interesting thing with me again one time. We were doing a lot of testing, and I was having a problem with we were having a problem with shooting some things. Like I was trying to shoot. I was arguing that the man cannon in a map should not have been so powerful that you couldn't shoot through it. Okay? And so what was physically happening was like you could shoot needles through it. And the needles would get to the man cannon and then just deflect off into space. Even a rocket, if you shot a rocket at the teleporter, the rocket would hit the man cannon, would hit the man cannon like part and launch into space. So I said, well, the sniper rifle then should be fast enough to get through it, and it couldn't either. Anyway, we learned a bunch of stuff, a bunch of the mechanics of Halo that way, and one of the things that I learned was that the sniper in particular does not actually spawn a bullet until it's a certain distance from you. That's why when you pull the trigger, it's like instantaneous. So the reticle should be right on the person when you shoot it. Like there's no lead at all. That's what I'm saying. You really got to play in the sandbox a little bit to understand the weapons. I'm going for sniper rifle.
That would really throw you off from playing other games too. That's an interesting trick.
I got sniper backing out. You're clear at rocks. Come fall.
Active down. Rockets are down. They're right here on the ground.
Oh, I'm getting chipped from here.
Right on my body.
I'm down 1 on my X, 2 on my X now at sniper. At tree.
One's down.
One's down, Roger, no eyes.
Two's down.
Two's down, Roger, no eyes. They're gonna be behind us at red now. Picked up my sniper rifle again. I got 4 rounds left.
2 in front of red. 3 in front of red.
3 in front of red, Roger. No eyes, red. One down.
Blue, or no.
Two at red front door. I'm out of bullets. Out of bullets. One at rocks. One at rocks.
Oh, the fuck did I not get that?
It dropped in. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to.
Damn, I'm dead. Dead in green cave. Dead in green cave.
Roger that.
One in front of blue base, one on top of blue.
I'm muted. There's 2 on top of blue.
God, I'm coming out of green base. Cave.
Spanker inbound.
7 to Spanks.
I traded with somebody. There's 2 on my X.
Overshield inbound.
Red cave, 1.
Inbound. Spanker available.
1 bottom
Nice.
of red. Watch yourself down there, Pick.
Overshield available. Active camo available.
He's running away. He just went out front
Yeah,
red.
yeah. I'm with
Counter
you.
over shield.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
I'll let you get over shield.
Thank you. I got it.
One going into red basement.
Red basement,
I
Roger
got you.
30
One
to
stuck.
snipe. Still no eyes.
Down.
Blue. Blue
Oh,
base.
come
Blue base now.
on.
2 here. 3 here. 3 here.
Got you,
2
got him.
weak,
Pick
3
on
here,
this
2
one
weak.
upstairs. 1 back of red base. Inside.
S7 inbound.
I don't know where those douchebags went.
They're hiding. 1 bottom of red coming out front.
Oh, 2 on my X still at rocks in creek bottom. I'm at red base.
On blue.
Fuck, I couldn't clutch it either. I chased him down
I got
just
sniper.
to die. It's 2 in the green cave. Come on, Johnny, play better.
2 in the OV cave. 1 weak.
1 dead.
Seen a bandit that effective since the 80s.
They have sniper. Watch yourself out there.
1 still in there.
2 going in the back door of that cave right now.
1 still in there. 2
Two in there.
now.
One in there. None in there.
Get him, John.
There's 2 here. 2 here. I'm down.
Out of the front door.
Still 2. Still 2. Still 2. 1 with needles. I'm on the way.
Camo and 10.
Up 5.
Er,
Roger.
er.
Camo 10.
Over shield.
Ovi and 10. Going to Ovi. Playing on Ovi now.
Sniper just went back in blue.
Pre-nading. Got it. Got it. Got it. I got it.
1 in the cave, John.
I got it. I'm dead. I didn't use it. I'm down. It's right in the creek. He's got it. That guy's got it.
Yeah, and he just fucking killed me. There's 2 in the fucking OV. He's popping it right now.
He's
Yeah.
not popping it. I got it.
Obi.
Good deal.
Double maximum.
Oh shit, thanks for the follow. Frylock, welcome. God, I love Hunger Team. Or Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
Eat wad.
Frylock. Oh, that was a lucky stick, and then I killed myself because I ran into his dumb ass. Welcome to the awesome. Thanks for joining. How are you today?
Double teamed.
Boned.
Got 1.
Mega boned.
1 coming right up the middle.
That's what she said. 2 here on my X. That's what I said. 2 on my X. 3 on my X now.
What the fuck?
Okay. Not sure how the grenade going off at our feet didn't kill those 2, but whatever.
2 in green cave. 2 in green cave. Love some Halo. Twitter brought me to the fight. Sweet. Twitter brought you. We also love
chasing
Halo.
you,
One
Pick.
behind you. One behind you, Pickles.
I'm down.
Well, these guys are squatting up pretty hard. I'm dropping like a stone. 4 to win. How did I?
Rock down by the side of blue. There's 2 left.
Outside red by the fucking basement ramp. Jesus.
Yeah.
Overshield available.
Fucking 2 in the basement, 3 in our red basement.
How the fuck did I?
Hey, no way.
1 weak OV shield.
They're talking to each other, I think.
Oh, hell yeah, they are. They're right underneath me in the OV cave.
Well, that was interesting.
Another one's down. Victory.
Bags, 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 bags.
My back.
Gave that guy.
Oh, my back.
Your back? You didn't give that guy the. Well, while you were worried about your back, we were too busy giving that guy the victory bags. Holy cow. That's it. That's the awesome for today. It was a great Thursday. Today we I'm gonna switch to my face. Today we read Halo Glasslands. We've got about 50 pages left in that or less. We're gonna finish it next week. And then we talked about some baseball and celebrated today as opening day for baseball. The Mariners will be playing at the same time as the Kraken. So since there's clearly no baseball practice tonight, you guys can find me right here in the Spartan space at about 7 o'clock, and I'll have Kraken and baseball and video games because that's what I do. Yeah.
Could you tell Frylock he needs to open his Whisper to get his code?
Of course, they can hear you. Hey, Frylock, if you want to get that code, you got to open up your Whisper on Twitch so that the Halo Collector can whisper you the code. And thank you so much, Kevin, for doing that for people today. That's amazing. Thank you. Hey, Goalie Sniper, thanks for following. Welcome to the awesome. Let's see. Yeah, so we were awesome together. We have you were 1177. We are now what is that? 23 from our goal of 1200. So welcome. Thanks for being awesome with us. If Twitter brought you here, check out the Halo Collector. He's the guy with the codes, and we appreciate him for running the deal. That is so cool. Thank you. Tomorrow is Friday. We're going to be back here at 10 Pacific. We're going to be playing games with the Halo Collector. It's going to be really great. We're going to try and squeeze some ranked in tomorrow. So if you guys are interested in being awesome with us, ranked TAC. Oh, D-Man Walking says his code did not work, Kevin. Anyway, what we're going to do is we're going to be back here awesome tomorrow. We're going to be playing some ranked. Probably ranked TAC. Is it ranked TAC right now? Is ranked Slayer up right now as well? Or is it just ranked TAC? Rank Arena? So we like to play ranked TAC and ranked Slayer. And we'll play either. We've been focused on TAC right now. So, hey, I told D-Man, I told the Halo Collector, he's still here.
I'm looking at it.
He's looking at it now. But, yeah. Anyway, I really hope that you guys enjoyed the stream today. Because I enjoyed it. I enjoy being awesome with you guys. I literally do it for you guys. That's what it's for. It's so that we both have a community to hang out with, and that's what the Discord is also about. So come and join it if you haven't already. I met Kevin at Worlds a few times. Great guy. Cool to discover you through the Halo Collector 2. This stream looks fun. Yeah, man. Thank you so much. I am the Pineapple Chief from Halo Worlds. So if you saw Worlds, if you met Kevin at Worlds last year, you probably ran into me. I was on the community stage the last 2 years. Hold on. Here you go.
E-Man's code is still looks to be good, so he needs to go to Halo Waypoint, log in, and try to redeem it through there.
There you go. Halo Waypoint. Try to redeem it through there. I'll give you the lowdown. If you happen to get a code today, you need to log into Halo Waypoint with your Xbox account. You'll see your little profile picture. You click on it, it'll drop down a menu, and it'll say redeem. You plug in your code there. It'll tell you exactly how to plug it in. When I plug it in with the dashes. And that's it.
Yeah.
Oh shit, you were that Spartan. Your cosplay is great. We definitely cross paths. Yes, that is me. I am the, Hey, thank you so much. It's, here, I'll show you the other one. At Worlds this year, you guys will see Legends Chief with pineapples. And these are the Reach pineapples, so they're appropriate to the Legends Chief. To the timeline of the Legends Chief. But, yeah. No, it's really awesome. I've been a cosplayer as the Chief for a couple of years now. Because of that, it's allowed me to get back into streaming and do stuff like this and spend time with you guys. And it's huge for me. It's a big deal. So I appreciate that you guys, I'll be there. I'm 1,000% going to come and find you. Yeah, 100%. I'm going to be at Worlds again this year. I live here locally. I live in Gig Harbor is where I tell people I live. That's where you can find Spartan John in the wild. You can just see me at, like, Safeway or on a baseball field coaching kids. Like, I'm just a regular dad. But, yeah, 100%. It's really cool. Really great experience. And I love interacting with people, if you saw me at Worlds this year, you got to see the sandwich. You got to see Ron get assassinated by the sandwich. Anyway. Check it out. This is the end. I would love to keep you all day, but you guys have awesome that you have to share with other people. And, hey, thank you, Evo DNA, for the follow. How are you today? Thanks for joining the awesome. Anyway, so, we're going to end. I hate that I'm getting so many people, like, funneling in right now. But, we're going to be back tomorrow at 10 Pacific. That's local time for me. That is +8 if you're a Zulu person. And, we're going to be back with more Halo. We're going to talk some more baseball because I'm sure I'm going to have something to say about that. We might talk a little bit of hockey. We're also going to, I'm sure, talk a lot of shit. And on Fridays, usually we have a house full. We've been doing community play dates mostly on Fridays once the house gets full. So, look forward to that. Thank you, everybody, for stopping by. We've got 10 people now, so I'm going to try to raid someone. The raids, 10 people's a lot of people. We, giving views to more people in the community is good and important. So please come and find me tomorrow at 10 Pacific. And you guys, thanks. I can't do this without you. I'm awesome. You're awesome. Be awesome. Stay awesome always. And we'll see you tomorrow right here in the Spartan space. It's this building and the Discord. Same space. Where it's always awesome because of you. 100% cannot do it without you. So thank you for every follow, every like, every sub. I'm grateful. Stay awesome, guys. Here's the heart. We're gonna raid somebody, so stay put. Thanks. Have a great day. Bye-bye. We're gonna go raid someone named Savage Giggles. Let's see how it goes.